Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
This afternoon, it's game number 4 from Denver, Colorado, between the Cardinals and the Colorado Rockies. Last night in game number 3, it felt like a playoff game here in Denver. 1-2 the count. Got him! And the Cardinals hold on. Helton strikes out. And the Cardinals win it 4-3. They're 2 in front of Pittsburgh with 10 to go in the 2013 regular season.
What a moment. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the 9th. Mujica comes through, and the Cardinals win a big one here in Denver.
And with that win, the Cardinals just a game back of Atlanta. We show you this. This is about home field advantage. The best record in the National League. Atlanta, a game in front of St. Louis with 10 to go. And welcome to St. Louis Cardinals baseball. It's day baseball on your home of the Cardinals, Fox Sports Midwest. With my partner Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. What a game last night. So much fun.
It was fun from beginning to end. One of the best games that the Cardinals have had really all season long, and it was exciting up to that last pitch. That last moment reminded me a bit of Bruce Sutter striking out Gorman Thomas in the World Series. You got an off-speed guy throwing that high fastball to Todd Helton here last night, and it was very, very exciting in that Cardinal clubhouse.
And the Cardinals turn to a rookie here today, Michael Wacha, against the veteran Roy Oswalt. It's game 4, Cards Rockies coming up on Fox Sports Midwest. Here this afternoon. Behind him has been very good defense in this series. Will it be on display today?
Pitching and defense always go together. Matt Carpenter making a nifty play at first base, and John Jay showing some range in center. The Cardinals doing a lot of things well with the glove in this series. Perhaps the best of all is David Freese, showing some increased range to his left and to his right. defense on display here in Colorado.
Roy Oswalt getting the call today for the Rockies, looking for his first win of 2013. Waka, Oswalt, Cards, Rockies coming up. A 2-game lead. It's their largest since July 26 when they had a 2.5-game lead in the Central. Looking for even more separation this afternoon. Beautiful scene here in Denver, Colorado. Along with Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. It is day baseball here in Denver as Roy Oswalt gets the call against the St. Louis Cardinals. Matt Carpenter leads it off, and the first pitch is taken low and outside. Carpenter batting .324 with 10 home runs, 76 RBIs, and Roy Oswalt winless here in this 2013 season. It's a new baseball, 2 balls and no strikes.
We talk so much about teams having something to play for as a team in September, but sometimes the individuals do. Roy Oswalt playing for a job, really, for 2014. He has not pitched well, looking for that first victory. The stuff has been okay for Oswalt. He just has not been able to pick up any victories.
Not the hard thrower that he once was. Still gets it up there around 90 to 93. It's been the velocity range on his fastball. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Matt Carpenter riding a 10-game hitting streak, .450 the last 10 games, and he draws a walk. What else is new? Let's turn to Rick Horton's Toyota keys to the game.
We've seen Oswalt quite a bit, and one of the keys to hitting Oswalt is be careful not to chase the ball up in the zone. He has that high fastball he likes to ride up in the zone to get strikeouts, so stay off of that. And for Wacha, off speed, needs to stay sharp. The curveball and the changeup. When he's good with his off speed pitches, Wacha can be very, very tough.
In steps John Jay. Last time we saw Roy Oswalt facing the Cardinals, he was pitching in the playoffs of 2011. Phillies were up 2-1 in the DS of 2011, the division series. And the Cardinals, thanks to David Freese and a 2-run homer, wound up winning that game, and we know the rest is history. Tuesday night, John Jay was on base 3 times. And he hits a fly ball out to center field. Corey Dickerson makes the catch. Back to the bag at first goes Carpenter. Take a look at Mike Matheny's lineup here in Denver. And so far through the 3 games, the club has hit .318. Carpenter, Jay. Now it's Holiday, who's on a tear here in Colorado. Beltran back in the lineup. Molina, Freeze drops down to a familiar spot, 6th in the lineup. Tony Cruz the start behind the plate, then Descalso and Wacha. Rockies defense around the horn is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Holiday this season overall is batting .290. 20 home runs. He's driven in 87. Well, we know that Matt Carpenter is not a threat to steal, but this day and age with the teams that are winning, that has not been a big deal at all.
Really hasn't. The Cardinals with just 43 stolen bases as a team. They are last in the National League. And Dan, we noticed before the game that the top 4 stolen base teams in the league are not having good seasons. It's almost as if the offense isn't there. They're trying to make something work with speed alone. And for the Cardinals, has not been a part of their game all season long.
And Holiday hits one out to deep center. Dickerson is back with just enough room and makes the catch. A little different sound to that, didn't it?
And a little colder
exactly
here this afternoon. I think the ball didn't carry well. I think Matt Holiday a little surprised that ball didn't make it out. He's looking out towards center field saying, what happened here? There is some breeze coming in from center field. The flag's blowing in. Holiday somehow managed to keep his hands inside that ball, and it was on the inside corner, and he gave it a ride.
The switch hitter Carlos Beltran. .297, 23 home runs, 78 driven in. He's been stuck on 23 for quite some time. The breaking ball in there for a strike.
And one more thought on the stolen bases. People have asked, and I think are probably curious, with the 43 stolen bases, is that some kind of record? Because that's not very many as a team. But the 1949 Cardinals stole only 17 bases en route to a 96 victory season.
17?
Like they didn't have any, like they all forgot to sign or something.
Well, how about Billy Hamilton? He's been on base now 10 times for the Reds. 9 steals, 6 runs scored. He has made an immediate impact, and Cincinnati visits Pittsburgh tonight. That pitch taken in the dirt. Beltran had yesterday off. Usually, as you mentioned last night, he'll go on a tear the following day. Little rest is all he needs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Need to correct myself. Cincinnati will be in Pittsburgh tomorrow, and it's the Padres and the Pirates this afternoon, where San Diego has won the first 3 of that series. Pittsburgh leading that ball game by a wide margin, 6-1. It's taken low, and it's 3-1. Outfield is deep and straight away. The check on Carpenter. Started this afternoon off with a walk. Line out by Jay to center. Holiday fly to deep center. And he's out. How about that? Helton faked him out. The old veteran acted like he threw it back to the pitcher, kept it in his back pocket. Carpenter was off the bag and he tagged him. Take a look here. Uh-oh. Walt Weiss's lineup: Charlie Blackmon, DJ LeMahieu, Corey Dickerson, then Troy Tulowitzki, Todd Helton playing in a day game. Having announced his retirement, they're trying to play him as much as he wants to play. Then Culberson, Torrealba, Herrera, and the pitcher Oswald. Cardinals defense brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Holiday, Jay, and Beltran in the outfield. Freeze and Descalso on the left side. Carpenter, Molina on the right side. Tony Cruz is behind the plate. And our Kia starter this afternoon, the youngster Michael Wacha.
Start number 8 for Wacha. Average start for him last time after 23 2/3 scoreless innings prior to that last start. He went 5 innings, gave up 2 runs, walked 4, very unusual for him, and struck out 7.
Charlie Blackmon leads it off. He's hitting .289 with 4 home runs. He's driven in 18. Well, you don't see that every day, where it's not the hidden ball trick, but a trick nonetheless, and it fooled Matt Carpenter.
I have a feeling that will never happen to Matt Carpenter ever again. Happened once. He'll learn from it.
Rarely, if ever, does that work at this level, but we just saw that moments ago. One ball, one strike. Little pop up down the left field line, and that'll drop in foul. Strike two.
You went through the Rockies lineup. No Michael Kadire, who is battling for the National League batting championship. He has issues with his left wrist that came up yesterday. He was taken from the game and not in the lineup. The Cardinals really catching a break in some ways with all the injuries to the Rockies. Willeen Rosario has not been 100%. We haven't seen much of him. Carlos Gonzalez is going to have surgery soon.
Cardinal side of things, Matt Adams with his sore elbow. That's in the hole and past Descalso and into left field. Leadoff base hit for Charlie Blackmon. Not expected, though, to be serious with Adams. He's been dealing with it, Mike Matheny said, for the last couple of months. Remember, he had surgery on that elbow, and so he is out, but is available to pinch hit potentially in this game. Kadire, it happened in the 6th inning last night. He was diving on a ball that was hit by Descalso. Said he had soreness in his forearm and, as you mentioned, the wrist, and so not in the lineup. And that proved to be big even late last night when they pitched around Troy Tulowitzki.
Made a difference in the game. Dexter Fowler's also been hurt. He's had knee issues. And maybe the real bullet that the Cardinals dodged is not having to face Jorge De La Rosa. With 16 wins, very quick move there by Wacha. De La Rosa has been incredibly good here at Coors Field, which you think is maybe opposite, but he's been very good at home. Good numbers, but he's kind of skipped the start. They expect to have him back in their rotation on Saturday. Cardinals will be out of town, so fortunate for St. Louis. Also a lefty.
Michael Wacha, last time out, I think you'd have to say it was so-so. Not great, not bad, so-so. We forget just how young many of these Cardinals are. Michael Wacha, 21. You look at the average age of the St. Louis Cardinals and their pitching staff as the runner goes, and it's a foul ball. Only one team has a younger average age for their starting staff outside of the St. Louis Cardinals, and that's Miami. And you look at the teams that have these young staffs. Atlanta's young, St. Louis young, but Miami going nowhere. White Sox, awful season. Houston, 3 consecutive 100 losing campaigns. You just rarely see championship teams with young pitchers like this.
It's okay to be young as long as your young guys are good. Young just to be young doesn't really get you anywhere. You want them young. You want them young and ready.
And the youth, you wonder if that plays a factor in what Mike Matheny does in the postseason with a guy like Michael Wacha, the big stage. Would Wacha earn a start as this team would go on further and further potentially? Here's a 1-2, and it's a strikeout blocked by Cruz. Staying put at first. Blackmon, LeMahieu, the first strikeout of the afternoon. There it is, the pitching staffs in the average age. Cardinals 27.
Last time the Cardinals pitching staff was that young was 1984. Long time ago, Dan.
May have been a certain lefty on that team that happens to broadcast. I'm not talking about Raboski.
Turned 24 during that summer. Had a lot of young pitchers, but that was not a winning team. That's what sets this apart. You've got a young guy, Wacha, just 22 years of age, but he's pitching in a pennant race on September 19th with hopes on his shoulders. Very different than just being a guy up here you're looking at.
Here's Corey Dickerson, another check on Blackmon. think you and I both agree the Cardinals seem very free, loose, and easy right now. We saw that with Adam Wainwright a couple of nights ago in the dugout. The hump day camels that came to the ballpark yesterday. Just trying to keep it fun.
Yeah, that one really came out of the blue for me. Pretty funny. Camels frolicking about in the outfield, and Mike Matheny, you know, we've known him for a long time, Dan, you and I, and he can be very serious, kind of stoic in some ways, but he's allowing his guys to have some fun too.
Good fastball that time. Walker also incorporating a little bit of a cutter to go along with the changeup and the curveball. We've seen Walker hit 95 to 96. This rotation has really come together here in the final month. That catches the outside corner.
Interesting, Cal Eldred in the pregame show visiting with Jim Hayes talked about the curveball of Waka that he really thinks can be a weapon, and he's seen it. He saw it in spring training, and you know, we've seen it kind of come and go the last few starts for Waka, and we've seen a much more consistent changeup than curveball. And again, that's going to be a key pitch for him today.
Just rears back and blows it by him. 93 miles an hour for Michael Wacha. Back-to-back strikeouts. Plaza Tire Service replay on strikeout number 2.
Little hop to it. Good location in on the hands.
Brings in Troy Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki hitting .315. 22 home runs, 76 RBIs. Rick, you think about where this team has come from. Loss of Chris Carpenter, Jason Mott, Rafael Furcal. And yet, this club, even if the Cardinals go 3-7 in their last 10, they'll have their first 92 win plus season since 2005. That club had 100 wins. That was back-to-back 100 win campaigns. Jaime Garcia went on the DL.
And I think they have a better than average chance of winning 95 games before it's said and done, not just 92. And that was kind of a number you picked out a couple weeks ago as maybe the number to beat to win the division.
Well, they're really set up to have a strong finish. You've got a team here in Colorado reeling, as you talked about with the injuries. You go to Milwaukee, sub 500 club, Washington, and then wrap it up with the Cubs at home. But good chance to win the division when you have Pittsburgh and Cincinnati still with 6 games remaining to battle it out. Rick, it's not just the changeup, but also how that ball moves too. A little dip, good movement with his changeup. 1-2 here on Tulowitzki.
He's talking about how well he disguises it. I think hitters are fooled on his changeup. Not just that they can't hit it, they don't see it, and then they can't hit it.
2-2.
That looked like a little cutter from Waka. I hadn't seen too many of those from him. Shelby Miller's been incorporating that into his arsenal. It's exactly what that pitch was. 90 miles an hour. It was too hard for a curveball.
Runner goes, doesn't matter, as he strikes out the side, and Tulowitzki may be hurt. Holding his wrist or his hand. Strikes out the side. LeMahieu, Dickerson, and Tulowitzki. No score after 1. And Beltran looks at a ball. He was left standing after Carpenter was picked off to end the top of the first. Beltran hitting just 176 in the month of September.
355 though in his career against Oswald. Felt like a couple of days ago his bat was dragging just a little bit. You can kind of tell with Carlos when he needs a day off. Mike Matheny has been spotting him every once in a while, just trying to keep his energy up. And boy, you'd like to have him get hot for the next 30 or 40 days, wouldn't you?
Historically, history says that he will. We're talking about one of the great money players in baseball history when you look at his numbers in the postseason. Seems to rise to the occasion. He's been on 3 teams that have made it to a Game 7 of a championship series, and all 3 times it's been with St. Louis, either as the opponent, Houston and the Mets, or last season against San Francisco with the Cardinals. 1-2 pitch. 2-2. We saw Tulowitzki holding his wrist. You may remember he had a fractured left wrist in 2010. Did require surgery. You wonder if that's just flared up on him a little bit. Odd swing on that miss as Waka struck out the side.
That's what the changeup does to you. Kind of a dipping changeup at the end, and you're trying to hold the bat back that you've already started forward. And you're trying to really work against yourself, and the strain sometimes is felt on elbow or wrist, and that time it was his wrist after the swing. He was kind of doubled over there at home plate. I didn't know if he'd go back out and play short.
And a walk to Beltran. Second walk issued by Roy Oswalt. He's no stranger to postseason play with Houston or the Phillies. And a look at Roy Oswalt in his career. Over 300 starts. Very good major league career.
Career ERA of 3.33. 163 game winner. 10-9 lifetime against the Cardinals, and we've seen him good. We've hit him a couple of different times over the years. Low ERA against the Cardinals. He's really had trouble against left-handed batters in his limited time in the big leagues. He really started out in Double-A, kind of getting back in shape to be a big leaguer. Was able to throw just 85 pitches his last outing, but he's working up to that. So I don't expect to see him more than 5 innings in this game anyway, maybe 6.
Molina hit his 41st double of the season last night. It's 9th most ever by a major league catcher. 3rd most for National League catchers, and it's now the all-time mark in St. Louis Cardinals history. All-time leader in doubles by catcher Pudge Rodriguez at 47 back in 1996. A short lead at first by Beltran, and Yachty shoots one foul and out of play.
The early going, the Cardinals seem pretty patient with Roy Oswalt, and I think that's bad news for Oswalt. He's trying to get the Cardinals to get themselves out. He's throwing a lot of pitches just out of the zone. A couple off-speed pitches down in the zone, trying to get the Cardinals to commit and get themselves out, but he doesn't have the same stuff he used to, and they're just not biting on it.
1-2 pitch. Yachty hits into a double play. Out at second, out at first. 6-4-3 on the double play. The first turn by the Rockies or the Cardinals in this ballgame. His heyday, Roy Oswalt was sensational. He'd throw that four-seamer up in the zone.
Exactly.
Good, nasty breaking ball.
He pitched in as well as any right-hander that I can recall in the National League. Right-handed starter over the last 10 or 15 years, and he would buzz a lot of guys. It not Roger Clemens like, where he kind of had that almost that tough guy approach when he'd throw inside, but he would do it effectively.
1-1 pitch to Freeze, taken low, 2-1. And Oswalt in the prime of his career, Pettit, Clemens, the team was loaded. Mid 2000s, good rivalry between St. Louis and Houston. 2-1 pitch. 3-1. Rick, the Cardinals have 17 extra base hits, including 3 home runs in their last 4 games. Usually you're talking about the Rockies putting up big offensive numbers. Well, Colorado, just glancing at it, they have just 3 home runs in their last 11 games, which is a bit surprising. Count runs full on Freeze. Oswalt has already walked 2.
You mentioned that Game 4 start that Oswalt had against the Cardinals in 2011. David Freese hit a home run off of Oswalt in that game.
That's up the middle and a base hit.
Middle in, hands inside the ball. Mentioned he likes to pitch in. Freese was ready for it.
Here's Tony Cruz hitting .204. Popped up on the infield. Helton makes the catch. The Cardinals strand a runner, their first of the day.
Dan, you were talking about Matt Adams. I talked to him about his right elbow, said it felt a lot better today than it did last night. He was looked at by the medical staff. They said it was nothing he couldn't play through. Matt told me he actually took some swings in the indoor cage, and the elbow felt pretty good. Also, Joe Kelly, dealing with soreness behind his right knee, was scheduled to throw an abbreviated bullpen today. He extended it. He says the knee is fine, Dan.
All right, thank you. You hear the crowd. That's because Todd Helton comes to the plate before his first plate appearance. Heard the standing ovation and seen it here at the ballpark. It was all set up for him last night to have one of those memorable moments. That is a fair ball. Molina diving for it, couldn't come up with it. Beltran fires a strike into second, but just a little bit offline, and a double for Todd Helton. Molina talking with the first base umpire, that is Bill Miller. Initially, I thought that was foul.
I think Tony Cruz thought it was foul too. It's the first base umpire's call, but he was trying to call it and get out of the way at the same time. Not very easy for an umpire to do, as he's jumping back away, and he calls it fair, just inside the bag. Beltran makes it close at second base.
Culberson hits the deck. This is Charlie Culberson, who's hitting .271. Plaza Tire Service replay.
Fastball up and in. That's one of those Charlie Brown knockdown pitches. Picture him losing his shirt. Bat goes flying. Shoes come off. Can be very effective. You mentioned the standing ovation that Helton just received here today. One of the things I enjoyed about watching that just a few moments ago is there's plenty of Cardinal fans behind the Cardinal dugout, and every one of them was standing up applauding for Todd Helton. I just love to see that. I'm just acknowledging a great player. Cardinal fans have made the trip here, but I thought that was a nice gesture.
Chopped off the plate. Waka has to hurry up. Not in time. Infield hit for Culberson. Runners at first and third for Yorvi Torrealba. It's 7, 8, and 9 in the order coming up.
You're just trying to make this ball come down as fast as possible, and it just doesn't. You can't jump up and get it. You just have to let gravity do its job. But as we know, Dan, it comes down at 9.8 meters per second squared. No faster.
Everyone knows that. Here's Torrealba, who's hitting .230 with a home run and 13 RBIs. Corners are in for St. Louis, and that pitch is a high strike to Torrealba. He didn't like that call. I still think the Helton ball was foul.
It was very close. Helton just hits the line, little chopper. All of a sudden you got runners at the corner with nobody out, and we'll see what Waka can do to pitch out of it. Strikeout would be nice.
Outfield straight away. Lifted into shallow right center field. That ball will get down. 1-0 Rockies. RBI single for Yorvi Torrealba. Culberson winds up at third.
Ball was up a little bit. It's a flare hit, but it happens when the ball's up and away. You'll get hits like that more often. The ball eludes Carlos Beltran. So Waka not getting any breaks here in the second.
You talk about not getting any breaks. One, you could have had Helton's ball be ruled foul. Next man puts one off the plate. Turns out to be an infield hit. And the ball we just saw very well could have been caught in right. It's not. Drops in for a hit. But that's baseball. Runners at the corners. Jonathan Herrera. Could be two as Descalso steps on the bag and they get the double play. A run does score. That's Culberson. 2-0 Rockies. Cardinals turn their first double play of the afternoon.
Adam Wainwright gave up 2 runs early here last night and then went into lockdown mode. That's Michael Waka's job here. Maybe he was watching yesterday. Surely he was. And saw what Wainwright did. End up having a very good start at him yesterday. He went 7 2/3. Did give up 10 hits. But ended up a winner for the 17th time this season.
Roy Oswalt hitting .250. Quickly, no balls, 2 strikes. So 3 consecutive hits to start the bottom of the second. A 2-run lead for the Rockies. 1-2 pitch to Oswalt. Stays alive. Cardinals return back home. Remember Monday with those $7 tickets available for the series against Washington. As Oswalt grounds it towards Carpenter, and it takes a bad hop and into center field.
Walker's got to start getting the ball down right now. No, he hasn't had much luck in this inning, but that pitch location was up in the zone. Oswalt just sends it up the middle. Looks like it hit the lip of the grass. Carpenter ready to backhand it, but it's another hit. 4 now in the inning.
A reminder for that series with the Nationals, $7 tickets, courtesy of Papa John's. Cardinals.com/Papa John's to get those tickets. Cardinals averaging over 42,000 fans. They'll finish second overall in baseball behind the Dodgers. Rick, there was a stretch in the heat of summer. Cardinals went over a month having crowds of at least 40,000 for every game from early June to late August. That pitch was up and fouled back, 0-2. Cardinals don't take that for granted, and a lot of the promotional nights certainly have helped out, but winning baseball is the game's best promotion. Cardinals certainly have done that.
Up and in, preferable to up and away. You can get the ball in on a batter and up. That's much better because they have got a much longer path with their hands to get to the ball and square it up.
0-2 pitch. Blackman lines it into right, and that drops in for a hit. So 5 hits in the inning. So 5 hits, 6 total so far in 2 innings against Michael Wacha. Here comes Derek Lilliquist.
Rough inning for Wacha. Lilliquist hoping for the right words. I wonder how much Yadier Molina wants to help in that conversation. How does he keep himself from walking over to the mound from first base and adding his 2 cents?
How many trips he's made from behind the plate to those visits on the mound?
I mean, he wants to respect Tony Cruz. He understands that Tony Cruz and Michael Wacha have got to get it going together here this afternoon.
Wacha just got a piece of it, and he makes the play. LeMahieu will strand 2. Line shot as they check on Wacha. Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting, designated driver. See your Mid-America Chevy dealer or log on to stlchevy.com. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake, just no equal. Beautiful city of Denver, Colorado. The Cardinals fall behind today against Roy Oswalt, 2-0. As we start play here in the third, it's Descalso, Michael Wacha, and Matt Carpenter. Daniel getting the bulk of the playing time at shortstop, batting .241, 5 homers. He's driven in 40.
With that long bottom of the second, Dan, it almost seems as if 2-0 is a little bit of a victory for the Cardinals. It doesn't seem like a big lead. You're also facing a guy who has not won a game yet this year. You know he's going to have a short start. You know this Rocky staff is last in the National League in earned run average, so there's plenty of hope here this afternoon.
And 2 runs at this ballpark is nothing.
You bet.
2 balls and 1 strike. Oswalt has been pitching behind an awful lot here today. Already has walked 2. Double play erased one of those walks. That's taken for a ball outside.
Well, Dan, I still think it's because his stuff is not good enough or sharp enough anymore. Not that it's not okay, but it's not the Oswalt that we once knew. So guys aren't going to chase the same way.
The 3-1 is pounded on the ground. Nice play on the backhand by Todd Helton.
Tough play. Here's a 3-time Gold Glover at work. High chopper. You got to get it just right on the short hop. And he does. Nicely done.
There's Michael Wacha. Last night it was Wainwright with 3 hits, a couple of RBIs. Adam, by the way, the first since Dizzy Dean in 1935 for the Cardinals to have 3 hits in a ball game. He's done that twice now this year, and multiple RBIs in those games. Last to do it, Dizzy Dean, prior to last night. Off-speed pitch is put in play by Wacha. Tough play for the third baseman LeMahieu. Barehands it. Do or die, and he gets Michael Wacha. Fox College Saturday. 23rd ranked Arizona State. The Sun Devils head to take on Stanford. They are 5th ranked in the country. Pac-12 opener for both those teams. Fox, your home for college football all season long. Matt Carpenter walked and then picked off. Pitch number 41 of the afternoon from Roy Oswalt. See what the Cardinals do second time through this lineup.
As we mentioned, the Cardinals are playing for a division title. Roy Oswalt is playing for a job.
It's really done the Roger Clemens here the last couple of years, where he's unsure as to whether or not he wants to pitch, wants to play, then makes a decision to do so. Last year with Texas, that didn't work out, and signed late with Colorado this season. Two balls, 1 strike. Just missed. 3-1. Key at bat last night was Matt Carpenter. Working a count with 2 strikes, picked up an RBI hit. Later he would draw a walk. And he's told me before that he is very comfortable, actually prefers it, going deeper into counts and a 2-strike count.
It shows.
He's one of the best on 2 strikes in the game today. Here's a 3-2 pitch. puts it in play, just punches it towards short. Tulowitzki slings it over to first, and they get him by a step. The defense being shown for Roy Oswalt along the infield. This inning starts with Todd Helton. Good backhanded play. Do or die. LeMahieu down at third. And just a moment ago, Troy Tulowitzki firing a strike to first. Two-run lead for the Rockies as we move to the home half of the third. Dickerson, Tulowitzki, and Helton. Dickerson struck out on a fastball first time up. Looks at ball one. Saw Edward Mejica pick up save number 37 here last night. Closing in on 40. And a base hit into right, and again a pitch that was up. The 7th hit already for Colorado. Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer. Along with Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes is with us in our Fox Sports Midwest crew. Tulowitzki trying to bunt. And maybe that's the wrist acting up. We saw him strike out. If you're just joining us, back in the first inning, went down nearly to a knee, but he was holding his wrist. He's been shaking it out ever since. He's showing bunt there. The cleanup man here in the third inning. Nothing in two.
He doesn't want to have that same kind of swing at a changeup, because that's what hurt him in that first inning. He was way out in front. Again, tried to hold back the swing, couldn't do it. So
nice block there by Cruz.
Got another changeup with 2 strikes.
Cardinals have been very pleased with Tony Cruz as the backup last year and again this season.
Good form here, smothers it. We talk so much about how you lean forward as a catcher to make sure you actually have that ball when it hits off your chest or arm or whatever, you kind of get in front of that ball, that it goes down into the ground instead of bouncing over your shoulder or to the left or to the right. And every time I see a well-blocked ball behind the plate, I think of my friend Dave Ricketts, and had a chance to see Barbara Ricketts at Whitey Herzog's Youth Foundation dinner last Sunday, and she said every time we mention Dave and her, she hears about it and is thankful.
Fly ball out to deep center. Jay is back. The wrist is just fine there with that swing. 2-run shot to Tulowitzki is 23rd, and it's a 4-run Rockies lead.
I wish the bunt would have worked.
Again, looked to be a pitch that didn't do much, and it also stayed up in the zone.
He's thinking about bunting for a hit on the first pitch and missed it. I wish he hadn't have. Up in the eyes again, and that has been the story here for Wacha. Too many pitches belt high or above. Rough start for Wacha.
Helton doubled down the first base line and making the play. Michael Wacha hopping off the mound. Our friend at the Cardinals, Lindsey Weber, wants to make sure that we wish for Grandpa a happy 94th birthday. Charlie Krause of Crestwood, Missouri. He watches every game with his wife Dorothy. So happy birthday, Charlie Krause, and you should be very proud of your granddaughter Lindsey Weber. Works for us at the St. Louis Cardinals. Does a great job. Really struggling with the breaking ball. This is Charlie Culberson. And the fastball is fought off and hit out of play.
We talk about it a lot, Dan, but when you do not have a pitch that's working, and let's say that breaking pitch is just casting it, he's not finishing it, he's not pulling it down, he doesn't have the right release point, whatever the cause, from the hitter's point of view, you can eliminate it and you stop looking for it and you start thinking fastball changeup only, and it makes the pitcher's job that much more difficult. When you can get a hitter thinking about 3 different pitches that move away, in, down, up in the zone, down in the zone, then you make their job difficult.
Two and two. You mentioned the curveball. It's really a work in progress. A couple of these he spun up there. Good sinking action there as he picks up his 4th strikeout. Let's turn to our AT&T Twitter poll this afternoon. 2 outs here in the 3rd. Who is your favorite Rocky?
Oh boy.
Cut me. I'm going Balboa. You?
I'm going to go with Rocky Balboa also. Although I kind of liked Rocky and Bullwinkle a little bit too, but that's.
I'm a fan. That doesn't mean it's my favorite, though.
Kind of cultish, you know. There are folks that really love watching that particular show. Making a comeback.
Oh, 2. Well, you love to hang out with those that enjoy that program. I'm sure you guys have a lot in common.
Not really my peeps. Just aware of it. I'm going to go with Rocky Balboa. I'm going to side with you, Dan.
In the dirt, and it's 2 and 2.
We have had some very creative Twitter polls of late, have we not?
And that one is something. Sure, it's creative. The 2-2. Into center field. Again, a pitch that's up.
Maybe we should have a Twitter poll of what was your favorite Twitter poll of the year.
What's your favorite Rocky?
Like best of.
Clubber Lang was a great. I think that was Rocky 2. That was a great villain. Mr. T.
I liked 1 because it was novel.
Yeah.
And every time I go
Apollo
to Philadelphia,
Creed.
I have to run those steps.
Sure you do. Well, Rocky against the Russian was pretty good too. Ivan Drago. Back-to-back hits. Extends the inning to Roy Oswalt. If you're Mike Matheny, you have a young pitcher out there. It's a 4-run lead. You're in a hitter's ballpark. The last thing you want to do is have him get knocked around this afternoon and lose a lot of confidence. You don't need that, do you?
Well, I think the knocked around has already happened. There's 10 hits, and we're in the 3rd inning. The question is, can he salvage it and keep the game close enough? Talked about this ballpark. You can sense Cardinals' ability to score more than 4 runs is good, but you got to stop the Rockies at some point. So I guess it's a matter of degree of how much you want him to get knocked around. And do you see any signs that he's able to make an adjustment? Mike Matheny talking before the game about Adam Wainwright making adjustments, in-game adjustments yesterday with his pitch selection, number 1, but even his arm angles. And Mike's thought was that Adam Wainwright is able to do that, but I wouldn't want him saying that too loudly in front of the younger pitchers because most pitchers can't. Wainwright's on a different plateau. He's a different level of experience. Most pitchers, you change your arm slot and your approach or vary your timings or your motion. You do those things, you throw yourself out of whack.
Little chopper towards short. Descalso across the diamond. Rockies strand 2, but they pick up 2 with 1 swing of the bat. Troy Tulowitzki connects with home run number 23. Rockies lead it 4-0. On Fox Sports Midwest. Let's go to our studio and a Bommarito Sports Update. All right, Pat, thanks. So Pittsburgh, as we speak, a game and a half back of St. Louis, win number 88 for them. They're 88-65. So it snaps their 3-game losing skid as Jay takes one low. This game is long from over at this ballpark. The fact that Oswalt will not last the entire game, and you can get into that bullpen. Now, their bullpen the other night was pretty good.
Well, it will be a battle of the bullpens before it's over because you can't imagine Walker going more than 5 here this afternoon, and that's probably the hope at this point after giving up 10 hits through 3.
And a leadoff walk. That's how you let teams back in, as Oswald has walked now 3 this afternoon.
All of them leadoff batters. You wonder if that comes from something working out of the windup as opposed to the stretch. He really wasn't even very close to Beltran when he walked him in the second inning, close with too many pitches. And here he walks John Jay.
Matt Holliday flied out to deep center field. Nearly a 2-run homer. They're playing very deep as he looks at a pitch up and in. Roy Oswald, not a very good ratio there, obviously, with the 29 balls to 22 strikes. Dealt with groin issues for a number of seasons. The long stride that he has, using his legs, driving towards the plate.
He's had hamstring issues this year. Battled them and does not seem to be quite as limber and as flexible as we saw him in his career. He definitely looks a little older, and he is older. He's 36. But the bottom line is he has 3 zeros up there on the board. That's the real job, isn't it?
No question about it. Still looking for his first win this season. 1 ball, 1 strike on Holliday. One and 2. Holliday didn't like that call. Vic Carapaz is our home plate umpire. Bill Miller at first, Lance Barksdale at second, Kerwin Danley, the crew chief, down at third. One-two pitch.
Worked once, he came back in there again. I think Holliday laid off that second strike because he could have envisioned that being a pitch that he would have hit into the ground for a double play, trying to avoid that. He's trying to get the ball in the gap somewhere, although they're really pinching in the gaps, giving him that left field line.
Count runs full on Holliday. Look how deep Corey Dickerson is, the center fielder of the Rockies. Can't get much deeper than that.
Halfway to Colorado Springs. I guess it's that way.
Yeah.
I just made that up, Dan. Could you tell?
Yes, I could, because that's not the way.
Okay. I'd be okay with John Jay running here.
Get something going.
Holliday strikes out a fair amount, but he also hits into some double plays, but get a little movement.
There he goes. Pitch is taken for a ball.
Well, if a walk is no way to start an inning, 2 walks certainly isn't.
Torey Alba now talking with the home plate umpire. He hopped up to throw and may have blocked the umpire. That pitch looked to be pretty good. It was called a ball, and in my mind, I thought we were looking at strike 3. But he hopped up and the view was blocked just a bit. So what a chance here for Beltran. Walked his first time up. That's 4 walks on the day. And Oswald wants a new baseball.
Oswald is winning this game so far, but he's winning sloppy.
You're exactly right on the mark, Rick, when you're saying that this team has become patient with him. The stuff isn't quite to the level that we've seen it previous. So be selective. And right now he can't locate the breaking ball. There's a strike, 1-1.
It just takes one swing. Turn things around.
Fights it off, a broken bat, little floater, drops into center field. The Cardinals get on the board. Jay will score. Holliday to third, and it's 4-1. RBI number 79 for Carlos Beltran.
2 walks to start the inning. John Jay waits to see that ball's going to drop. He scores easily. Important to be able to go first to third. Again, you hesitate to make sure it's down. Matt Holliday runs the bases very well.
How about all the runs Matt Holliday's been scoring this year? Overlooked a bit when you think about Holliday, you think about the power numbers, but scoring an awful lot of runs.
94 runs, 5th in the National League, and he's scoring runs and driving them in at big rates right now. And this has a feel, and things could change, but it has a feel to me that Roy Oswalt might not finish this inning.
And Yachty, it's a high fly ball out to center. Dickerson makes the catch. Tagging up, it's Holliday, and it's a 4-2 game. RBI number 70 for Yadier Molina. So the 2 walks come around to score to make it 4-2. Here's David Freese, single to center on a 3-2 pitch. Ooh, big rip and trying to tie it up. Average at 264 now after that single. One ball, 1 strike.
Part of the issue with Oswalt, in my mind, is that his pitch count matters here. Again, only through 83 his last outing, and that's the most he'd been extended. He's up over 60 already, and he's on the ropes here, and you could just envision if he walks another batter, gives up another hit. Well, Beltran got jammed on his hit, to be sure, a break for the Cardinals, but you just don't have much margin for error with Roy Oswalt right now.
Hit to second, out there. And no double play. Wow.
Tulowitzki has had issues in this series of getting the ball out of his glove. We've seen it 4 or 5 different times. This is a tailor-made.
How is this not a double play?
This is a tailor-made double play, and he's just not letting the ball go. I'm not sure what's going on with Tulowitzki. Now Beltran stays up high, but you can still throw that baseball, and I'm not sure what's going on with Tulowitzki, but we've seen it, Dan, 4 or 5 times where he's taken that extra crow hop, kind of slowed down, went back into his glove again and again and again, and just kind of an odd fielding thing going on with Tulowitzki, who, by the way, is a good defensive player.
Gold Glover.
7 errors this year.
With this level, that's a double play. That's tailor-made. It's David Freese running too.
Agreed.
2 outs and an 0-1 pitch to Cruz. It's a high fly ball out to deep left field. Culberson back, looks up, it's off the top of the wall. David Freese will score, and Cruz makes him pay. They should be out of this inning. Instead, it's 4-3 and a chance to tie it up. Tony Cruz almost with his 2nd home run of the season off the top of the wall.
Beltran is high, but Tulowitzki still has a lane to throw this baseball and doesn't. And by not throwing it, this pitch results in an RBI and very nearly a 2-run homer.
Now it's Descalso. Michael Wacha on deck. Daniel gets aboard. Got to think about potentially hitting for Wacha. He's already allowed 10 base hits.
Could be one of those games, Dan. 11-10. 11-10 and 13. Just to throw out some numbers.
Who's got the 11?
Oh, Cardinals, of course.
I'm all right with it. Really took some off that pitch. Almost slipped out on the mound. Strikes out Descalso. The Cardinals pick up 3. Back in the game, it's 4-3. "11 years. Baseball is everywhere when you have MLB.tv. The Cardinals right back in this game. Tony Cruz, the RBI double off the top of the wall, nearly tied it up. His 12th RBI of the season, and it's 4-3.
Be an interesting question to ask Mike Matheny after this game if he would have hit for Michael Wacha in that top of the 4th inning. Really early to do that, and now all of a sudden it's a close game, but I could see the thought in the direction of let's provide a knockout blow here against Oswalt too.
Your long man could be Tyler Lyons here today.
Sure.
Charlie Blackmon, DJ LeMahieu, and Corey Dickerson. And as we look out at the bullpen, look who's up. It's Tyler Lyons. All the little things that Mike Matheny has to do in thinking about that decision, but one of them is getting Lyons up, who's accustomed to being a starter, and getting him loose enough to come in this game. And at that point in time, he was not throwing.
You'd think with the time between innings you might have enough time to delay it, but even so, did not see him loosening, although tough for us to see here. It really is a cool ballpark, but Tyler Lyons is literally throwing behind an evergreen tree from our vantage point.
There's a base hit into center field. So Charlie Blackmon is 3 for 3.
He's like in the middle of the woods out there in the Cardinals bullpen.
Ryan Franklin used to love coming to this ballpark. Now he's an outdoorsman, okay? So
there he is. They're hiding
likes
behind
those
the trees.
DJ LeMahieu is struck out, then lined back to Wacha. Blackmon is leaning at first, and the pitch is fouled back.
I think you have to get Tyler Lyons ready fast right now. There's a lefty on deck, and by the time you get to Todd Helton, I just don't think you can go much further. 11 hits already is just an indication that something's not right with Michael Wacha here this afternoon.
Question 2 would be, is he getting ready for Dickerson and beyond, or is it more for Helton? But you're right. You get to Todd Helton, he's probably coming out of the scheme.
I think it depends what happens before then. He gives up a hit right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Mike Matheny goes and gets it.
Outfield is straight away. Cardinals have turned to double play. That was started by Descalso.
so hard for a pitcher, especially a young pitcher, to think this way, but if you're Michael Wacha, you have to will yourself to say, I'm down 1-0 in the 4th inning. This game is here to be had. I can win this game. Make some good pitches, get a double play, get out of this inning, next inning. All of a sudden, you're potentially the winner in a 6-4 game, and you forget what the first few innings were like.
0-2 the count. The next to LeMahieu. Got him. Strikeout for Wacha, number 5 of the afternoon.
We're seeing more of a 93 Wacha than a 97 Wacha, by the way.
Best Cardinals postseason moments. We're down to number 8. You'll see that tomorrow at 6:30. The pregame show, 7 o'clock. Brewers and Cardinals. It's made me think that he's gone to the cutter a little bit more, but he has not hit that 95 to 96 as consistent as he was in his last start.
Agreed.
Dickerson is 1 for 2. Struck out on a fastball back in the first, and Singleton scored as he picked up a base hit into right in the third.
You mentioned the Cardinals have just 43 stolen bases. The Rockies have 105 as a team. Blackman 6 for 6.
Game has changed though so much. I'm not saying it's changed for the better or the worse, but you look at it and the teams that are stealing a lot of bases are a bunch of teams that are going nowhere.
Exactly. You mentioned the Mets, the Brewers. Up among the league leaders.
Oh, and 2. The Mets have only 3 players, by the way, that have not spent a day on the DL this year. 3 from their opening day roster. Oh, 2 pitch from Michael Wacha. Popped up. Left side. Cruz looking for help. He'll get it with David Freese near the Cardinal dugout, and he makes the play. Brings in the shortstop, Troy Tulowitzki.
I think you've got to seriously consider pinch hitting for Wacha in the top of the 5th. Either way, Molina out to talk to Wacha here. Now here comes Tony Cruz.
Interesting that we're talking about Yadier Molina being at first base and not in control of the situation to an extent. It's got to drive him crazy. Little things that he knows how he'd like to pitch certain hitters.
First baseman can still offer some help. I mean, you always get the sense the first baseman and third baseman just being a little closer to you as a pitcher than the shortstop and the second baseman. You get more verbal comments from them, typically. More opportunities for that. Plays at first base. You're holding runners on. You got a little communication back and forth with the first baseman. Third baseman's the one that flips the ball to you after they throw the ball around the infield. He's the guy you're kind of closer to as well. But you can only listen to so many voices.
0-1 pitch to Tulowitzki. Another fastball, and it's strike 2. Homered back in the third, a 2-run shot. His 23rd of the season. He's now up to 78 RBIs. A leadoff hit by Blackman. He's standing at first. Wacha's got the next 2. Follow up in your point too about taking Wacha out potentially if he gets out of this inning. It's something to build on. What has been a tough outing, no doubt.
Right. You could flip it and say, well, he will be facing more of the bottom of the order. Give him one more.
Then also have a chance to potentially get a win, depending on what your offense does. One thing we have seen is when he comes out of the bullpen, he is lights out. As a starter, it's been a little up and down. But for the most part, as a bullpen guy, small sample size, but very, very good. 2-2, runner goes. Chopped off the plate and foul. These swings of Tulowitzki, even though he has homered today, they don't look comfortable, do they?
They really don't. And the pitch that he hit out to center field might have been the best pitch for him to hit. It was an off-speed pitch up in the middle of the plate. It was a mistake by Wacha. You got the sense because of the wrist issue that he seems to be dealing with today that a lot of pitches he couldn't catch up to. But he sure hit that one.
A 2-2 pitch. Got him. A strikeout of Tulowitzki. 2 in the inning, 6 this afternoon for Michael Wacha. You can head into your nearest on the run and pick up 50-cent drinks, any size drink, at your nearest on the run tomorrow if the Cardinals score 6. Here's the answer to our question. Michael Wacha will hit to start this inning. It's Wacha, Carpenter, and Jay. So both managers right now trying to figure out just how far they can go with their starters. 71 pitches today for Roy Oswalt. And Wacha late with that swing and a strikeout. The second today for Roy Oswalt. So there it is. The ratio has improved slightly, but not great. 37 strikes to 35 balls. One out. Here is Carpenter. And they're out to check on Oswalt to see if he's all right.
Trainer leading this visit, so it won't be a mound visit. And umpire making sure all the questions are about health and not about pitch selection. Manager at some point has to listen to what the pitcher has to say about how he feels, and often they'll give him a chance to throw a couple extra, but he must have maybe grimaced a bit. Again, we mentioned he's been dealing with hamstring issues. And when you've got a pitcher that has an issue, or anybody for that matter, a trainer has his eye on you. The trainer's watching a different game than we're watching. I mean, they are very concerned about the health and getting their players ready to play every single day. And there's a lot of work to that. That starts early in the day, getting guys stretched, ice, whatever they may need.
0-1 pitch, and Carpenter pulls it to Helton. Takes it himself, and Carpenter is 0 for 2 with a walk. Well, we're seeing in person, final time, Todd Helton facing the Cardinals, and who knows, maybe the final time the Cardinals ever watched Roy Oswalt.
Could be.
Oswalt, you think about postseason play, he shut down Busch Stadium 2. Made the start that knocked the Cardinals out of the playoffs in 2005. And then in 2011, as a member of the Phillies, really a dramatic win for St. Louis, trailing 2-1, and forcing a Game 5 as Freese hit that home run.
Not a Game 5, the Game 5.
Good point. Carpenter, Halladay, one for the ages.
Oh my.
That's one of the greatest games I've ever seen.
Agreed.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Slap the other way, and a base hit for Jay. On base for the second time.
Lovers of offense may beg to differ on that. They might prefer the 10-8 game, but boy, two pitchers, competitors, friends, going after each other in a Game 5.
Two starters in opposite ends of their career. Just getting going for Michael Wacha, and there's Roy Oswalt, what he's done in what has been a very good major league career.
Tremendous experience difference here this afternoon. There was one last night too, and we were hoping that Wainwright's experience would win out on Tyler Chatwood, and it did. Experience advantage now goes to the Rockies today.
I'll be interested to see where Roy Halladay winds up next year. Halladay could be had. Does he go back to the Phillies, an aging club, and he turned down what would have been huge money from other places to sign with the Phillies after that deal was done? Lives near their spring training complex. That was important for him. But at this point, it's all about winning. And I'm not sure you can say that about the Phillies anymore. Halladay rips it foul. Cliff Lee has had a good year, but Cole Hamels has been down. Ryan Howard out. Utley is back. Jimmy Rollins is back, but an aging lineup. Who manages that club too? Check on John Jay. Found it interesting in talking with John Mozeliak the other day. He said you try different ways to get the message across, whatever that may be. It's a strike on Halladay, but it doesn't matter who you are. The message does go stale, and so Charlie Manuel fired. Ryan Sandberg comes in, but Ryan Sandberg, part of his staff this year. Do you wipe the slate clean with that core group of players and say, let's make one more run at it?
Good question. At some point, they're going to have to admit that they've got to do a little rebuilding.
Gave up some good prospects to get Lee, to get Halladay. One and two the count on Matt Halladay. Pitch count at 80. Runner goes. That floats up there, and no chance. Is looked to be a knuckleball, huh?
I wonder if that's what he threw Daniel Descalso.
I think it was. Same pitch.
You're saying floating, it's definitely floating. Almost like an Ephus pitch. Might have been a curveball that got away.
Remember how much he would change speeds?
Yeah.
He would do that at times. He just has not been on top of that pitch that is the really slow curveball. Chance to tie it up. Boy, Holiday has had 3 or 4 pitches that have hit that inside corner that Oswalt has not gotten the call. 2-2. Smiling back at the home plate umpire.
That's a smile of, I'm not happy though. But home plate umpire Vic Carapazza was right. I think that's what happened.
The umpire, you may not get that call all day.
When your stuff is not as good, the plate looks smaller from the pitcher's point of view.
3-2. Holiday hits it down the right field line, but foul. And for a guy that is used to dominating, it's not coming easy today. Matt wants a new bat. A little chip on that bat, it looks like.
It's definitely tough work for Oswalt today. It's not breezing through it. I mean, everything that he's been able to do so far is just by gutting it out.
A 3-2 pitch to Holiday. Little chopper up the middle. That's a base hit. Here comes Jay. We've got a tie ball game. It's 4-4. Holiday with his 88th RBI this year, and he comes through with 2 outs. Oswalt thought he had a strikeout inning over. Instead, we're tied up at 4-4.
New life for the Cardinals. You could see this comeback coming. Oswalt has done everything he could do to try to make it work here today. But his afternoon, I believe, is over.
Very slow walk by Walt Weiss, and that's it for Oswalt. As Holiday, on base for the second time, has tied this baby up. It's 4-4. Southeast Missouri State, the Red Hawks take on Southern Illinois. The Busch Stadium College Classic presented by Southeast Health on Saturday. And you can get your tickets at cardinals.com/football. Here's Manny Corpus, former closer, as you pointed out the other night. we've seen him pitch in this series. Their bullpen was very effective in their win. Chevy called to the pen.
Been a sloppy game so far, but again, from the Cardinals' point of view, you just believe it's 0-0. And let's beat him by beating their bullpen.
Roy Oswalt could look back at this game and think, well, a missed double play should have been out of that inning. That's a run because the next man hit it off the wall and that scored a run, and then he had what he thought was strike 3 on Holiday, and Matt made him pay. That was not a strike on Matt Holiday, that pitch right there. 2-1 the count with 2 outs and a runner at first. 12 RBIs with 2 outs for the Cardinals in this series. I don't know what it is, but there's something about St. Louis in September and October. And this team has got the feel of a team that could do some serious damage. Beltran pops it up. Shallow left. Culberson is there. Matt Holiday again burns his former team. 4-4. Cardinals fell behind in this game 4-0. Now they've tied it up at 4-4. And look who's still in. Despite giving up 11 hits, Michael Wacha pitching into the 5th inning.
For a while, it did not seem as if that would be possible.
And a ground ball that is hit to second. Carpenter is there. Todd Helton 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Charlie Culberson bounced one off the plate. An infield hit, came around to score in the 2nd, and then struck out swinging in the 3rd. Michael Wacha struck out the side in the 1st. He has struck out a total of 6. Mentioned earlier, the Cardinals have their largest lead in the division since July 26th. On that date, it was 2.5 games. I think Wacha has really improved and made some type of adjustment here, even in this ball game, from last inning to watching what's happening here in the 5th inning. Look at that pitch. It's down in the zone.
Down in the zone. Still does not have the normal velocity that we've seen from Waka, but that location can make up for it.
1-2 pitch. Yeah, velocity, as you noted, is been around 91 to 93.
Right.
And normally we see it, I'd say 95 to 96. A 2-2. Fly ball into deep right center field. This is troubled, and it's off the wall. And stopping at second base is Culberson. 1-out double. That one almost carried out of here.
Sure did.
Brings in Yorvi Torrealba, the Hyundai replay.
That pitch was down, but driven the other way by Culberson. And almost out of here.
So Randy Choate getting loose.
Well, you definitely would have to have this be the last inning either way for Michael Wacha. He's due to bat fifth. Regardless, I think when you give up 12 hits in a game, you've had enough stress already. You think about all the pitches that he's thrown today and pitch count. You know, again, we always talk about pitch count. I say pitch count's not a big deal when Wainwright throws 128 because he's free and easy. Well, there's no free and easy today for Michael Wacha, so his 80 pitches feels like 120.
That's why when Wainwright threw 128, you weren't overly concerned at all.
Right.
You didn't think it was a big deal.
I really didn't. I would say that without any doubt, that 128 did not tax his arm as much as this day is taxing Michael Wacha's.
0-2 the count.
All pitch counts are not created equal.
Heard that somewhere. That one elevated, got him to chase at 94 from Wacha. Strikeout number 7. One of the knocks against the Colorado Rockies for years, as Matheny will go to his bullpen, is that they have not been good situational hitters. And to me, if you're a hitter in this ballpark, you can understand why. Your eyes light up, don't they?
You're thinking big fly all the time.
Exactly. So that'll be it for Michael Wacha. Tying run at second gives the Cardinals 4 2/3 this afternoon, and it's 4-4. Five with 2 outs, tying run at second base. Head and shoulders whiff package. Let's take a look at Michael Wacha.
Wacha has not had his best day. There's no doubt about that. A couple of strikeouts that helped the cause. That last one, fastball up in the zone, gets Torrealba, ends up being his last pitch. Mike Matheny noticing that Herrera, 318 from the left side, just 191 from the right side, and that's why he brings in the lefty Choate with a runner in scoring position. Our Chevy called to the bullpen.
Outfield very shallow. Herrera bounced into a double play and also singled to center. First pitch is a strike. Pitcher spot is on deck. Dexter Fowler has moved to the on deck circle. There's the numbers that you speak of. Ground ball up the middle and ranging to his left is Scalzo. That saves a run. Infield hit. Good play by Daniel to keep that on the infield, keep this game tied at 4.
Well, Choate gets what he wants, a little ground ball. Unfortunately, it's well placed up the middle. And Descalzo does job one, keep it in the infield, no matter what. You can't let that ball get past you. I think he had his eyes set on maybe throwing out Herrera, who runs well. Now you've got Dexter Fowler, who is the opposite of Herrera. Much better from the right side at 323. So you wonder whether Mike Matheny will allow Choate to face Fowler. There is a left-hander up next, so my guess is he will.
You can see that Randy Choate would finish this inning and then start next inning and maybe finish that too, potentially. Because then after that you've got LeMahieu and then Dickerson, who hits from the left side. Or you can also see him going to the bullpen right now and bringing in the righty. And that's what's going to be the case here, as Seth Maness will come in. Randy Choate gets the ground ball, but not the out. 4-4 ball game. .630 from Miller Park in Milwaukee. It's our Budweiser What's on Tap. Last 5 starts, a record of 3-1 for Shelby with 17 strikeouts in those games. And Shelby looking for win number 15 of his rookie campaign. He'll go against Johnny Helwig, who is a St. Charles product. Came over in the Segura deal.
Yeah, Seth Maness, high leverage situation for him. Get the sense in this inning, Dan, that Mike Matheny believes that this is the highest leverage situation that he's going to see in this game. He's kind of pulling it all out here and is going to make Fowler hit from the left side where he's less effective than the right. Maness is a ground ball specialist. We have seen that over and over again.
Runners at first and third. Tie ball game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Went through the litany of injuries that they've had. Fowler, one of those guys that has been dealing with injuries this season. So against the righties, a 240 average for Dexter Fowler. 1-1 pitch. Takes it low. Here it is, another rookie in a tight spot in a game, and Seth Maness, as his appearances are starting to pile up. Time is called. In the air, down the left field line and out of play. Evens it up at 2-2.
It's funny that Jamie Pogue told us on the pregame show, Cardinal bullpen catcher, that Seth Maness' nickname in the bullpen is Chewy because he chews on his nails. Which would make you think he's a nervous type, because when he's on the mound, he doesn't seem that way at all, ever.
The 2-2 is a ground ball taken there by Carpenter. Flips to Descalso. Good work, Seth Maness. In that season of getting the ground balls and the outs for Seth Maness.
Fox Sports Midwest. In the meantime, check out Blues training camp open practices. Check out stlouisblues.com for the full schedule. And don't forget, the Blues open the season against the Predators on October 3rd here on Fox Sports Midwest. Adam Ottavino, our Chevy call to the bullpen, game number 48. Former Cardinal minor leaguer and some time at the big league level as well. We saw Ottavino here last night. He pitched very well. An inning, struck out 2 batters, and showed a very sharp slider that he's throwing a little more 3/4 than I remember.
Talking with some of the Rockies people, that's what he's done differently. They also mentioned his health clearly being a positive, where he's been able to stay healthy and show what he can do, and that was a good tight breaking ball there. So the Cardinals have Molina, Freese, and Cruz. Yadi's bounced into a double play today. There's another breaking ball. Also flied out to center, 0 for 2. It's a game that will come down to the bullpens here this afternoon. Adam Wainwright was talking there with Seth Maness, and now it's Shelby Miller visiting with his fellow rookie. How about Shelby, though, looking for win number 15 tomorrow night? The matchups have Miller against Helwig, Lance Lynn and Giovanni Gallardo on Saturday, Joe Kelly and Willie Peralta on Sunday. 2-2.
You know what them talking to the pitcher means. Means he's out. When a pitcher is still in a game, it's almost like he's, I don't know, you're quarantined or something. I mean, you just feel like you can't say anything to him. It might be the wrong thing, so you try to ignore him.
Strikeout of Yachty.
That's unusual. So Manus got his man. Kevin Segrist, hard throwing left-hander, will have the 6th.
Segrist has already appeared twice in this series. One was a very long extended appearance for him. Real key play in this game was David Freese grounding into a fielder's choice that should have been a double play. Extended the inning to the man on deck, Tony Cruz, who came through with a double. They turn that double play, they're out of the inning. David 1 for 2. Here's the play that happened earlier. Looked to be a routine double play.
Beltran's not sliding, but still a throwing angle for Tulowitzki, who just can't let it go. And so it ends up being a fielder's choice. And then Cruz does this, hits one high off the wall to score David Freese. Really the difference in the game right now.
Made it 4-3. The Cardinals came back the following inning and got a RBI single for Matt Holliday to tie up the ball game at 4-4. Ottavino was claimed off of waivers from the Cardinals in April of the 2012 season. Out of Brooklyn, New York.
Don't recall talking to Ottavino, but I don't recall him talking like this. Do you?
Well, you don't sound like a New York guy either, though.
I lost it. I used to talk like this, but I don't talk like this anymore.
I find New Yorkers to be nice people too, Rick, and you don't fit that description either.
Thanks.
As Freese makes the play. I mean, you're always happy and bubbly and smiling and nice to everybody. I mean, you don't fit that New Yorker stereotype.
Yeah. Well, that stereotype obviously is there, but it's some grouchy people in New York. Yeah, grouchy people everywhere, Dan. But Ottavino from New York, really kind of a interesting draft choice. When the Cardinals picked him high, he went to Northeastern, I believe, and not your typical baseball powerhouse college, and they took a chance with him because they liked his live arm. And I think he's finally made the adjustment. He had a good year last year too, and good numbers here. And I think dropping that arm angle just a little bit has created more movement for him instead of the straight fastball.
Play made down at third, and Cruz retired. Midway through 6, and we're tied up. Good ball game. It's 4-4.
I'm
sure
stunned.
there's
I'm stunned,
thousands
though.
of votes, too.
I'm stunned that 64% voted for either the Rocky Horror Picture Show or Rocky the Flying Squirrel. I'm just stunned.
Are we stunned that Kevin Siegrist is into this game? Probably not. He has been dominant with a .50 ERA. Our Chevy called to the pen.
Got hit around a little bit his last outing. But much better results from Siegrist every other time we've seen him. I mean, he's just been dominating. Strikeouts galore. And I've been impressed with his command too, Dan. He throws a lot of strikes.
And he'll get the top of the lineup. Charlie Blackmon, 3 hits today, 3 for 3. Starts him off with a breaking ball.
Siegrist had one outing, Dan, right after the All-Star break where he was kind of all over the place, and I thought, uh-oh, is he going to find a different level here? But boy, he corrected that in no time. He just started pumping the strikes again, and it is really a plus fastball.
Blackmon is a single to left first time up, then he went to right in the second and center field in the fourth. Good pitch. Strike 2. It's 2-2.
There's the delivery. Very smooth down in the zone. The Rockies, by the way, have a shorter bench than the Cardinals, which may come into play.
Injuries that they have with their players that are listed. His Holiday is over near the line and makes the catch. More and more when I watch Siegrist, I see Joe McGrain.
Definitely.
Just real fluid, easy, tall guy, smooth.
I don't know if I told you, I said we would hear from Joe McGrain when I mentioned that, and of course I did. Next day, Joe called me, said, I heard you were comparing me to Kevin Siegrist. That's a great compliment. And then I heard you say that, in fact, he did an interview where somebody brought up that the Cardinal broadcaster said, well, let's not compliment Joe too much because we don't want it to go to his head. And Joe heard that part too, so he said it was kind of a ouch left-handed compliment that we gave him, and I just blamed you. That's okay, isn't it?
That's what we do as partners here.
Sure, of course.
Help each other out.
Teamwork.
Yep. Joe, it wasn't me. I promise. It was Dan. Let me get the tape. Hey, how the kids doing? Everything going well with that American Idol? Good talking to you, Joe. It was Dan. Thanks. Bye. Click.
Well, Joe has his kind of handle on the baseball scene, big picture with his current position, and watches a lot of baseball and just likes his Cardinals team. I think he was surprised when I mentioned how we've been kind of pushing for Matt Carpenter for MVP, and he hadn't quite seen those numbers, but in talking about just how important Matt Carpenter is to this team and describing it, he said, when you see a team play every day, you know the value. And he talked about the Tampa Bay Rays, who he did games for in the past, and he said that Jason Bartlett was the MVP of a team and nobody knew it. But if you're watching every day, you know it. And very similar to what Matt Carpenter has been to the Cardinals.
Well, that's why we say they could split votes MVP-wise, Siegrist and Molina, but there's a guy on a national stage not knowing as much as we do, nor should he.
Right.
Trying to keep up with all the different teams. I wonder if that's how most voters are going to go.
I think that's very possible.
Lean towards Yachty. And a swing and a miss, a strikeout. Single game tickets on sale now for the division series and also potential wild card playoff game. Chance to cheer on the Cardinals to their 12th World Series title. Cardinals.com/tickets. Again, another reminder that next week we also have the $7 seats for the Washington Nationals beginning on Monday night. Those $7 seats available for all 3 games. So very affordable. Come on down to the ballpark.
Well, I think what's going to happen as it relates to most valuable player is people will kind of default to some sabermetric tools that are available now, and I think the one that seems to have the most popular kind of hold on people who'd be voting is WAR, which I think is a flawed statistic. I'm not saying there isn't anything good about WAR. It's wins above replacement. In fact, it's a good concept. But I read an article this week that said that not long ago, Brendan Ryan had a better WAR than Jay Bruce. So if you're going to say, I'm going to pick an MVP based on who's the best player in the league, and Brendan Ryan's better than Jay Bruce is, I'm sorry, that's not right. It's just not. I think there's something in the algorithm that makes up WAR that needs to be tweaked some.
There's a look at the playoff picture if the postseason began today. Cardinals and Dodgers would hook up. Cardinals would have home field advantage in that series. Bigger question for me is, how did these teams, all of them, Cardinals included, not get a look at Segrist and say, let's take a chance on this guy until the 41st round. 41st round pick, Kevin Segrist. And he just turned 24 back on the 20th of July.
Was he hiding?
Makes you wonder. There was no character flaws or issues with him. He's just,
well, look, Dan,
a kid that comes out and just explodes in the minor leagues.
Dan, every team has dozens of left-handers. You throw strikes and throw 97.
Good point. Again, what was I thinking?
He might have been high. He was up in Buffalo.
Not a lot of scouts going up to Buffalo, huh? 3-2 is fouled back, and you can see these lefties. They just don't get very comfortable swings against Kevin Segrist.
Well, the McGrain similarity, there's some in the delivery of Segrist. There's something he does with his leg that looks very similar to Joe, but the long arm action and the way he kind of whips the baseball really reminds me of Joe.
Little how they break back too.
Yes, they lean back a little. Exactly right. And then the leg comes up very similar fashion.
And they both have really good hair.
That's it.
It's got to be it. 3-2 pitch. Foul back again. May have chased a ball, and Segrist is trying to pick up his second strikeout and have a 1-2-3 inning. And with the breaking ball, and that's fouled back.
And he caught a break there because he hung it just enough that it stayed out of the hitting zone.
Segrist in relief of Choate, and Manus came in last inning to pitch after Waka gave the Cardinals 4 2/3, and he struck out 7. And a 2-out walk. Michael Waka 4 2/3, 12 hits. But out of those 12 hits, only 4 runs. Could have been much worse. No walks, 7 Ks, 88 pitches. He strikes out a season high 7 for the second consecutive game.
I think bench strength, bullpen strength might become a difference here this afternoon. Dan, you mentioned that you started to talk about the Rockies bench. Nolan Arenado came out of a game in this series. Rosario's dealing with injuries. He's on the bench. Kadyr's hurt, not eligible to play. Carlos Gonzalez is not really eligible to play either. So you basically got Rutledge and Pacheco on your bench right now. along with Ryan Wheeler, who hits from the left side.
By the way, I want to tell Cardinal fans, as you get a look at Axford getting loose while we have a moment, Cardinals have a program out that's on Instagram at Cardinals. It's a takeoff on The Office. So you have Netflix, we've got Nestflix. And it's funny, the players have gotten involved with it. Front office has gotten involved with it. If you have a chance, check it out. Downloads right to your phone, but it's on Instagram at Cardinals. Nestflix. You should check it out, Horton. You might like it.
Just hard to keep up with you technologically. You know that?
Many have said that. Get in line.
Yeah.
I just learned that my phone could take a picture.
Yeah, you press that button right there.
Uh-huh. Tulowitzki is homer today. That was back in the third. Struck out swinging against Walker in the first. Called out on strikes in the fourth. One-0 pitch in the dirt and kept in front by Cruz.
Nice play by Tony Cruz. That was a tough one to block. He had to really scoot quickly to his left. The pitch had some crazy spin on it too, so he's got to be careful about it not scooting past him. And somehow he gets the glove on it. Wow.
Be careful here on 2-0 with Tulowitzki. Good pitch on the inside corner, 2-1. Bullpen ERA the last 4 months. September it's dropped to 22nd, but picking up the slack has been the starters. They have been very good in the final month. Outfield is deep and straight away. 2 outs and a 2-1 pitch with a runner at first. Not sure what Tulowitzki was backing away from. 2-2.
Like he was trying to sell that this wasn't a strike by jumping out of the way. Might have missed that corner. Sure was close, however. Trying to set him up.
2-2. I think he was.
Always wondering about a hitter that jumps out of the way of a pitch that they kind of liked. Kind of oversell it a little bit, then look in there again. George Hendrick was pretty good at that. Jim Edmonds, I don't know that he was doing it on purpose, but it sure looked like it. Jimmy, very smart hitter.
Two pitch again to Tulowitzki. And did it hit him? It sure sounded like it, even from up here. Walt Weiss is going to come out and argue this. Tulowitzki claiming that hit him.
Well, I heard the same noise you did all the way up here, but I don't know if that's the ground or Tulowitzki.
I think Weiss is asking and Tulowitzki to get some help on this play. It's tough to tell.
Very tough to tell. Does it hit him?
Very tough to tell. Hyundai replay. Again, kept in front by Tony Cruz, so ball in the gap, and that could score the runner at first. That's Dickerson, who can run. He's off on this 3-2 pitch with 2 down. There he goes, and it's hit out of play.
Well, Segrist has missed with 2 breaking balls in the dirt just like that. And again, an advantage to Tulowitzki. Eliminate that pitch, look fastball only, and we know how well he hits the fastball. This is a scary at bat here for the Cardinals. Tulowitzki's homered already. So dangerous in the middle of this lineup. Once you get past 4 and 5, you start to feel a little bit better.
Segrist is set. Another 3-2 pitch. Got him on the inside corner. Strikeout of Tulowitzki. Home plate umpires hearing it from the home fans. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Kevin Segrist. StubHub.com. Get your seats and earn fan rewards. StubHub.com. Tickets home or road. $7 seats available beginning on Monday night against Washington. And the final homestand of the season will begin on Monday. And still good seats available for the Chicago series. That's the final weekend. Giveaways all 3 games beginning on Friday night. Saw Ottman last night. The lefty comes in. Our Chevy called to the pen. St. Louis product out of Lindbergh High School.
4 left-handers in the bullpen for Walt Weiss. Ottman went a third of an inning last night, gave up a hit and a walk. You mentioned yesterday he had a start against the Cardinals a year ago in one of those kind of short starts that the Colorado Rockies were using, where they were just kind of using multiple relief appearances in every game, and kind of a way to limit innings for their pitchers. Not sure how well that worked, but he has an important inning here facing 8-9-1 for St. Louis.
So Descalso. And we'll see a pinch hitter. Shane Robinson has moved to the on-deck circle, and then Matt Carpenter. Breaking ball and a strike. Daniel today was grounded out to first, struck out. 0 for 2. Rockies jumped out to a 4-run lead. The Cardinals have tied it up. Another breaking ball, and it's 0-2.
Didn't start a lot in the big leagues, Dan, but when I did, I always had the thought that I would play 3 3-inning games. So you get through the first 3, and then you evaluate it, and then forget about it. And then you get excited about the next 3 and think, okay, all I got to do is beat them in a 3-inning game. That's all there is. The Cardinals have entered their last 3-inning game.
On the 0-2, a liner out to left, and that's caught.
Win that game 1-0. You go home happy.
Mitchell Boggs is throwing in the bullpen right now too.
I think the value of that is kind of cleansing yourself of kind of whatever has happened poorly up to that point, and even forgetting about the good things because you have to stay focused, but it also helps you in the first 3 innings because you're not worried about the 7th, 8th, and 9th yet. You can just kind of compartmentalize a bit.
And maybe we saw that to an extent, not quite the 3-3-3, but with Michael Wacha. In the middle of his start, 4 2/3, he was roughed up. Looked a little better towards the tail end.
He did. And a good thing with Wacha.
And that's a base hit into center for Robinson.
That he didn't walk anybody. Wacha gave up 12 hits in 4 1/3 innings, but no walks to add to that. Another pinch hit for Shane Robinson. Robinson now has 5 pinch hits off the Cardinals bench. And now St. Louis has some speed aboard with 1 out.
Carpenter walked and then was picked off. Grounded out to short and also grounded to first. 0 for 2. Big gap in right center field. With John Jay on deck, you get the feeling that Ottman would at least face these next 2, Carpenter and Jay, and then we'll see about Holliday. Will we get to Matt Holliday this inning? One ball, 1 strike. Oswalt, Corpus, Ottavino, and now Ottman. Where's number 88? We were asking the question, do you remember a player that was wearing the number 0? Ottavino does that. Reminded of Omar Olivares, former Cardinal.
Didn't he wear 00?
Believe so. Another check on Robinson.
Isn't that the same number? Same value anyway.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to get technical.
I've not seen infinity. The symbol for
Well,
it.
you have retired numbers, you have bigger rosters. I mean, at some point, who knows?
Carpenter fouls it back.
You never thought you'd see a pitcher wearing number 88.
It's a tight end or wide receiver, not a pitcher. Difference maker. Most players with 40 or more RBIs. The Cardinals have 9 of them. Boston with 10, Cleveland 10, Tampa Bay, St. Louis, Detroit. Common theme there.
Winners.
Yeah, teams that all could be headed to the postseason. BJC Healthcare difference maker.
Pete Cosma would need to start playing a little bit more and driving in some runs, but he could make it 10.
Cardinals the only National League team on that list. And a high strike, but Carpenter will have a few words, but to no avail. A strikeout for Ottman. That's his first of the afternoon.
Off the plate just a bit.
If Matt Carpenter is questioning the strike zone,
yeah,
then I usually think, okay, there's something there to it. Here's John Jay, single to left. Back in the 5th and scored on a Matt Holliday single. He is lined out to center and walked and scored in the 4th. On the ground to second. Cardinals strand a runner, and it's time to stretch. 4-4 ball game. Todd Helton leads it off when we come back. Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Gorgeous day here in Denver, Colorado. Thoughts and prayers to those that have been affected with the flooding, the surrounding areas. As John Axford is into the ball game, bottom of the 7th rolls in. He'll get Helton, Culberson, and Torrealba.
Just had a visit from Ken Daly III up in the booth, and Kenny is living in Boulder, Colorado, and was telling us between innings about some of the devastation there that's happening right there in his neighborhood, and we do certainly have a heart for those folks that are dealing with it still, and missing people is just a horrible situation. And good to see Kenny, and he said he was happy to see number 46, left-hander, reminded him of his dad.
I bet. Hard-throwing lefty.
Hard-throwing lefty, and he gives way to John Axford. He's done a nice job out of the Cardinals bullpen. And time is winding down. The home stretch for Todd Helton.
It was all set up for him to have that fairy tale ending last night. But Mejica got the strikeout. Cardinals picked up a win. That pitch at 94 from Axford for strike 1. Cardinals have used Waka for 4 2/3, Randy Choate, Manus, Segrist, and now Axford. Oh, 2. Like to see that downward action, 95 miles an hour. Cardinals just come at these opponents power arm after power arm.
You can picture opponents saying, and they got him too. And when Axford's throwing as he does, and you know, he hasn't been as consistent the last couple of years, there's no kind of mistake in that, but when you're on a winning team, you're a weapon. If you're on a losing team, you're a guy that's inconsistent. And that's all you really get labeled as. So really a new life, a new opportunity for him.
1 ball and 2 strikes. The next to Helton. One thing that stood out in his previous outing, Rick, was that his breaking ball was a lot sharper.
Right. Well, we talked about that being the key, and really seen that for a couple of years with Axford. That again, you can eliminate the curveball if he's not throwing it for strikes. Guys were sitting on fastballs.
2-2. Interesting to see what he comes with here on this pitch on 3-2. Has not been able to locate the breaking ball.
Well, if I'm Helton, I'm looking fastball.
Yachty is guarding the line down at first. It's Tony Cruz behind the plate today.
Not sure it's the most important question, but I'm just wondering if Yachty is enjoying playing first base. Wonder what his mindset's like today. You know, he's so used to preparing for a game in one way, and you know, it's a little more lonely over there.
Wouldn't you think it gives him a little bit of a mental break?
Yes, but I still ask: does he enjoy that mental break? Maybe yes, maybe no.
A walk to Helton. That's how we start the inning. Yachty was growing up. He was a third baseman. You know that he and Jose Oquendo have talked about situations and about playing first. He's such a smart player. There's not much you're going to tell him that he's not already right on.
But Jose has become such an important part of the Cardinal coaching staff. The way the game is played now, you need versatile players. Pitchers going 5 innings, 6 innings, a lot in baseball, specialization. You do a lot of double switching. You need players who are capable of playing in a bunch of different places, have a lot of gloves in their locker. And so Jose Oquendo, the perfect utility player himself, is able to pass on his knowledge to these current big leaguers.
Short lead at first and a knockdown there of Charlie Culberson. Second time that has happened to him. Remember Segrist, I believe it was, knocked him down.
I think it was Waka.
That's right, it was Waka.
And almost the same result. The bat goes flying.
And Culberson today has singled, infield hit, bounced one off the plate, struck out in the third, and doubled in the fifth. Short lead at first by Helton. Here's a 1-0 pitch. But there you get knocked down, and then 94 on the black on the outside. It's a tough game.
Tough league, too. Yes, it is. I was going to say he looks a little dramatic on those pitches up and in. I'm going to say that on one hand. On the other hand, 95 under my chin. I think I'd probably do the same thing. So he's thinking, now what did I do to deserve this? Is there somebody, let me see, back in the minor leagues, did I say something? Did I do something? Do I owe somebody money? What's going on here? Do I have a target?
2-1 pitch. Next pitch on the black on the outside corner.
With some light feet, by the way, of Charlie Culberson. And I don't blame him.
I don't either. Two and two the count. Torrealba is on deck. Swing and a miss and a strikeout. So Axford gets his first strikeout of the afternoon. And brings in Torrealba his 2 hits. He's 2 for 3. One out, runner at first. A breaking ball in the dirt. Pirates get to Ian Kennedy today. 10-1 the final there. Cardinals hold on. Their lead stays at 2. With 9 to play.
Cardinals are able to win this game. You can just imagine the extra pressure that the Pirates will start to feel. When you get under 10 games left, Pirates don't have a chance to play the Cardinals again. You have to rely on somebody else to beat them. You have to play the team that's chasing you. And by the way, in hot pursuit of you, the Cincinnati Reds. And it's going to be a tough week for the Pirates. It could be. We'll really find out a little bit about that team. What we found out so far is that they're not going away, and they've been terrific. Give Clint Hurdle all kinds of credit. But the pressure has gotten turned up a bit.
2-1 pitch. Hit out of play. Cardinals remaining schedule 3 this weekend against Colorado, or rather in Milwaukee, finishing up here in Colorado. Monday at home with Washington. Off day Thursday. Wrap it up against the Cubs. Final stop on the road. Tomorrow night, you'll see 2 of the 3 games on Fox Sports Midwest. A 2-2 pitch. Hit down the right field line, slicing foul and out of play. It's been interesting to see how Mike Matheny has used John Axford. The idea was when they first acquired him from Milwaukee, try not to get him into those high leverage situations, but as the season has gone on, they've gotten used to Axford and vice versa. It's coming into tighter spots. And here we are 4-4 in the bottom of the 7th.
Doesn't get any tighter than that.
Out to right, backing up, making the catch is Beltran. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Along with Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes with us, our Fox Sports Midwest crew. The switch hitter, Jonathan Herrera. Runner at first and 2 outs. Long afternoon here at the ballpark, but a key play was back in the 5th. Herrera with an infield hit stayed on the infield thanks to Descalso ranging to his left, and in doing so was not able to make the play to get the out, but kept a run from scoring. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And then Seth Maness was able to get out of that inning by getting Dexter Fowler to bounce out to second, and Seth Maness becoming another kind of cog in this bullpen. Just as you mentioned, Axford getting more close and late situations. Maness has become a very important part of this team. What you like about Maness and Mujica is you can almost count on them throwing strikes. Axford's control not quite the same. Shadows perhaps an effect on play here as we approach 4 o'clock Mountain Time.
1-2 pitch to Herrera. Foul ball. Cardinals looking ahead to the 8th. We'll have Holiday, Beltran, and Molina. Dodgers trailing in their game against Arizona 6-5. They've had 10 losses in their last 14 and 5 losses in their past 6. Little window for the Cardinals to sneak in, move past them, and now the start of play today, just a game back of Atlanta. Best record in the National League.
Watch
Late
out.
swing, and that's in the dugout.
That'll wake you up. Joe Kelly, by the way, had a bullpen today, and the news has been fairly good on him. He had issues with his calf, upper calf, almost really right behind his knee, that he's been dealing with.
1-2 pitch. Breaking ball. Will do it again. Joe Kelly at one point 11 unbeaten starts, and has been one of the best pitchers in the game here in the second half. Kelly will go Sunday night in Milwaukee. 1-2 pitch. Broken bat, slowly hit to second. Carpenter to Descalso. 4-4 game. Big bats coming up for St. Louis when we return. He said, "You better have me in the lineup if you expect to clinch." He means it. 2 home runs, 4 for 4. And so they are tied up at 6-6. Again, the Dodgers clinch with a win today against Arizona. This is Chad Bettis into the ball game, 8th inning. Coors Field here in Denver, Colorado. Our Chevy called to the pen.
Another pitcher that we've seen in this series already. Bettis pitched an inning in game 1. He gave up a run. Matt Holliday, Carlos Beltran, and Yadier Molina. Bettis has a pretty big chore in front of him here in the 8th inning.
Walt Weiss was talking before the game how impressed he has been with Bettis, so he comes in a very tall order here. Bettis is a starter, but that's what he prefers. They're using him now as a reliever. Holliday on base twice today. On base 3 times today. Leadoff hit and a base hit into right. He has been on fire in this series and certainly here in the second half.
He can hit in this ballpark, can he?
Yeah. So the go-ahead run is on, and this will be our Nissan drive of the game. The Cardinals getting a leadoff base hit off the bat of Holliday, just their 7th hit today.
Love that view of Holliday going the other way, and he goes the other way with authority.
Bettis, a high draft choice, 2nd round pick in 2010. Was 0-3 as a starter with a high ERA. Now they're trying him out of the bullpen. He has said to Walt Weiss and the management team that long term he wants to start. Reliever at times in college at Texas Tech. And Beltran hits one to center. Dickerson is there. Back to the bag at first goes Holliday. Said it time and again, though, bottom line, you just want to stick in the big leagues.
Yeah, I've always felt from a pitcher's point of view is you want to start, then get people out. Get a bunch of people out, and then they'll let you pitch to more people. And then you'll pitch to more people, you get more people out, and then you'll start. I mean,
Good theory.
you don't get to just say it.
In the air to right. Off the bat of Molina. Back to the bag at first is Holliday.
And I could say I want to be the king of England, but so what? Don't you have to earn it?
I hear what you're saying, Al. I mean, Rick.
Does that sound like something Al would say?
Yes.
Must be something in the water here. I haven't told him you called him psycho the other night.
No. Gonna leave that between us.
Yeah, I'm sure it won't get back to him.
Not many people tuned in, right? The ratings have been through the roof.
He won't find it on Twitter. We know that.
No. They love the arm of Bettis. Power pitcher. But to his credit, he said, I've just got to be more efficient. If I'm going to be a starter, not only getting people out, but the walks have been a concern, throwing strikes. 2-0 on Freeze. See, taps it foul, 2-1. Bettis' spot is due up first for the Rockies, looking at the home half of the 8th. Also Blackman, LeMahieu, so 2 lefties coming up. Cardinals have, I believe, a left-hander throwing in the pen, but we're blocked by the Pine. That's not a lefty, that's Trevor Rosenthal. Primarily has been the 8th inning man for St. Louis. 3-1 pitch. Breaking ball, 3-2.
I wonder if Torrealba was crossed up because he threw a really good 3-1 slider behind in the count, and then he went out and talked to the pitcher, so I'm not sure what that's all about.
Holiday is off of this pitch. 3-2, 2 down. Here in the top of the 8th. And Freese hits a high fly ball into deep right center. It's at the wall and it is dropped. Freese on his way to second. Here comes Holiday. He'll score and the Cardinals take the lead. 5-4. Dropped in center. Dickerson hit the wall. The ball hits the ground. The Cardinals have their first lead of the afternoon.
Freese hits this ball a ton to center field, and it is a breaking ball. And back goes Dickerson up against the wall, and for a second he has it, and now he doesn't. Ball pops out of his glove. Holiday is able to score. And a happy David Freese makes it to second.
And that's a ball that Dickerson would love to have back and would probably tell you he should have caught it.
Well,
he had a little bit more room, I think, than he thought.
And he almost did. I mean, he had that in his glove for quite some time, and then just popped out when he hit the wall. Break for the Cardinals.
Sure is. Check swing, and that's hit out of play.
I say it's a break, but it's also a well-hit ball by David Freese.
RBI for Freese, number 57.
Now your bullpen has to make that stand up.
Strike 2 and Tony Cruz. Key hit for Tony was back in the 4th with an RBI double.
Also the reality here in Denver, how far you have to go to get to that baseball. It's such a big ballpark. A lot of room out there in center field.
Wanted it elevated. He gets it there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Playing fairly deep they were for David Freese, and same could be said here for Tony Cruz. He could drop one in.
Cruz had that nice contribution in the 4th inning.
You think about their defense, Rick. Missed double play led to a run, and moments ago the drop in center leads to a run. The 2-2. A strikeout of Cruz, but the Cardinals strike with David Freese's double out to center. Another look. Almost got out of here. Instead, stayed in the ballpark. The result, a lead for St. Louis. The 8th inning, Chevy called to the pen. Pinch hitter, then the top of the lineup. 69th appearance for the hard-throwing righty. Cardinals with some defensive moves here. Molina takes over behind the plate. Matt Adams is in at first base. Descalso shifts from short to third. And Pete Kozma is into the ball game at shortstop.
Six outs to get. You want your best defense out there. A long-standing Tony La Russa philosophy that Mike Matheny is maintaining.
And it's Josh Rutledge. Made a couple of starts in this series. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cardinals 6 outs away. The bullpen can make it stick. Fastball at 96, 1-2. Little things that you have to do to be a winning team. And today the Rockies, a couple of mistakes that have cost them. Goodbye. There's a strikeout to start the bottom of the 8th. Couldn't pull the trigger.
Got his finger on the trigger, but couldn't pull it.
It's 11 strikeouts for the Rockies today, 7 against Michael Wacha. And here is Charlie Blackmon, 3 for 4 today.
I guess Rosenthal was a little faster on the draw.
It's faster than most.
I'll say.
Just generally speaking, it just seems like across the board in Major League Baseball, guys are throwing a lot harder. Little flare out to left, and this will drop in for a hit. Blackmon is thinking too. Throw to second base. The swipe tag not in time. Throw is right there on the money by Holiday, and Blackmon is in scoring position.
4 hits for Blackmon here this afternoon. Holiday gets it cleanly, bare hand, throw right on the bag, very close, not in time.
Ooh, I don't know. Very close. Could have gone either way. Swipe tag there by Carpenter, and now it's DJ LeMahieu.
That was strikeout number 100, by the way, of Rutledge for Trevor Rosenthal out of the Cardinals bullpen. That's a ton of punch outs for an 8th inning guy.
It's hard to believe. You see some of the records of bullpen guys that have triple digits, strikeouts. It was done 15, 20 years ago because guys were used with multiple innings. Rosenthal, that's not the case. One and one.
That sounded loud when that hit Yadi's glove, didn't it?
It's popping. Tying run at second. A lot of room to the right side. Gets you concerned a little bit. You've got Adams near the line at first. LeMahieu, with as hard as Rosenthal is throwing, you're not sure if he'd be able to turn on a pitch. He might be able to shoot one through the right side.
There is a big hole over there. You're trying to be attentive to Blackmon, who has good speed, and the only guy to do that is the second baseman Carpenter. And there he's trying to hit the ball the other way. One thing Carpenter's doing is he's holding him as close as he can for as long as he can. Then he's racing over to a better defensive spot. But when you're moving on the pitch, that's not always good either, because if the ball's hit behind you, then you got to stop, go back in the other direction. So it's just a tough situation for the Cardinals here because they respect the speed of Blackmon.
1-2, swung on and missed. Sit down, says Trevor Rosenthal.
He's bringing it today.
I mean, this is fun to watch. Bam!
Love those catchers over the years you'd have that would do a good job of kind of giving, not only giving you good targets, but there's a certain way to catch the ball for a catcher that make it pop. And then those guys that would kind of catch it in the web and you throw one that you thought was really good and we just go poof. It was kind of deflating. You got that bam, bam.
I'm not sure you got to do much with this guy.
Agreed.
Ten strikes, 2 balls so far by Rosenthal. Corey Dickerson has walked, he has singled and scored, he has struck out, he has popped out to foul territory. Lines it down the left field line and foul. The shadows certainly are a factor, but so is the fact that couple that with Rosenthal, who's just hit 98 on the gun. It's a tough inning if you're a Rocky. Oh, 0-2 the count. A liner out to center, and Jay can't make the play. He was playing in, it's over his head. Dickerson on his way to third. This game is tied. Dickerson weighted the world off his shoulders after his misplay in center. Just out of the reach of John Jay.
What a good swing this is by Dickerson. That pitch is down and in. And the speed of Trevor Rosenthal, and he was going to live and die with that fastball. And he threw one on the inner half. Might have wanted that up a bit more than that particular location, but that ball just flew over the head of John Jay. And now you've got to keep him from scoring.
Tulowitzki, strike one. Called out on strikes. Back in the 6th. He is homered today, a 2-run shot. That was in the 3rd. He has struck out 3 times.
Rockies have struck out 12 times here this afternoon.
One pitch. 1-2.
98 from Trevor.
Go ahead run down at 3rd. There's 2 outs. 5-5 game. The Rockies about hit the Cardinals 15-8. Slicing foul and out of play.
So maybe the same dilemma here for Rosenthal. He's ahead of Tulowitzki, throws fastballs by him. So you have this kind of competing thing in your brain where you're saying, boy, I've got a good fastball today. I just got to finish him off with fastballs. Or is he looking for it? Maybe it's time for that changeup. He's got a very good changeup, but do you want to get beat with your second best pitch? It's kind of a dilemma that pitchers face.
Puts it in play. Backhanded it short by Kozma and makes a very good play.
Made that look easy, and it wasn't. Nice play by Kozma.
We're tied up. It's 5-5 as we head to the 9th.
We head to the ninth at Coors Field. Coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live, Pat Paris and Andy Bennis are back in studio. They'll look at why Coors Field can be tough on younger pitchers. One last look at the Todd father as the Cardinals say goodbye to Todd Helton. Plus, we'll have Mike Matheny's post-game comments as well. Daniel Descalso will lead things off for the Cards. We send it back to the booth, and Dan and Rick, guys.
All right, thank you, Jim. It's Descalso to lead things off. And the Cardinals here in the ninth inning will face our Chevy call to the pen and Rex Brothers, a lefty. Seen him a bunch in this series. They've used Oswalt, Corpus, Ottavino, Ottman, Bettis, and now Brothers.
Brothers showed a very nice slider here his last outing. Kind of inheriting the closer role. He has 17 saves with Betancourt, another injured Rocky that we didn't even mention. That list pretty big of Rockies that have had physical issues this year. This will be a tough chore for Descalso.
Well, he's got 3 lefties with Adams on deck, and then we'll have the top of the lineup. And Daniel pops one foul and out of play. And a ground ball that's pulled foul. This game is tied up. Corey Dickerson with a triple that got over the head of John Jay. Just over the outstretched arm and glove of Jay. That's hit to Helton. One away. Todd Helton, by the way, leads it off for the Rockies. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth. They have Helton, Culberson, and Torrealba. Going back to the play that ended the 8th. Not an easy one, but made routinely there by Daniel Descalso, or rather Pete Kozma.
He's impressive. Very smooth. Going to his right, which he is better at going to his right than to his left. But you think about the pressure of that moment. That's a run if he doesn't make that play.
So Matt Adams did not start today, dealing with the sore elbow. 7th inning or later, he's knocked 7 out of the ballpark. Adams with a base hit into center. 1 out hit. In steps Carpenter.
That's pretty impressive right there. You lose some feeling in your elbow the day before. You have some issues, questionable for today, and yet you have an at-bat like this against a left-hander, a tough lefty.
So Colton Wong will be the pinch runner for Adams.
Does that put Matt Carpenter at first base or Daniel Descalso?
I would think Carpenter. This combination could be interesting here because, as we've talked about, Carpenter not afraid to go deep into a count, so you're going to give Wong a few pitches, you would think, to get a read on Brothers. Not running, and Carpenter shoots one out to left center, and the catch is made. Wong back to the bag at first.
Well, Wong's a weapon. He's not exactly Billy Hamilton speed-wise, but certainly a weapon speed-wise. The Cardinals will probably, on second thought, bring in Brock Peterson to play first base, and Wong may just pinch run, and that's it.
Here's John Jay. Jay was playing fairly shallow on the ball that got over his head. Looked like he had a little tough route to it too. Gets over his head, and this game is tied at 5. Runner at first is Colton Wong. We'll check on him. Byproduct of the sore elbow, maybe getting Adams out of there too. This game goes any longer, you want to make sure he's potentially available this weekend.
Very close to the line there for Brothers. That front foot went a little closer to home plate on that particular move to first. He's been called for a few balks this year. So you know Catelli likes his move. Not afraid to use it.
Strike one on Jay. Jay is lined out to center, walked and scored, singled and scored. Base hit to left back in the 5th, and is also grounded out to second. Jay with a base hit into right. Wong hustling to third. And look who it is. The former Rocky will dig in, and a chance to get at his former team one more time. As crazy as it may sound, the way that Holliday is swinging the bat, I don't know if I'd pitch to him. You have second base open. Now that would take some guts to do it, but you may just have the unintentional intentional with Holliday. He's swinging the bat that well. He's as locked in as we've seen him this year. Would you agree?
No question. At this ballpark, Cardinals with runners in scoring position with 2 outs. 1 for 3 today.
You pitched to Beltran at his weaker side. We'll see. Holliday up the middle, base hit. He's done it again. Holliday comes through at 2 down against the Rockies. Cardinals back on top. It's 6-5 St. Louis.
How's that for an answer to whether you should pitch to Matt Holliday or not? 3 hits in a row for Holliday since the 5th. Another RBI. 2 more here this afternoon. 89 on the year. Hard hit ground ball up the middle. Cardinals get that run back. Wow.
Now Beltran, and the ball gets away. A play at the plate. And Jay trying to sneak in there. Can't quite do it.
Oh, that's funny.
Little 2-step at home plate. Matt Holliday, the former Rocky, comes through again to make it 6-5. Cardinals may be dancing their way to a victory here today. RBIs, 3 hits, walk, a run scored. He's up to 89 driven in, 3 for 4. Our Budweiser player of the game, Matt Holliday, 3 for 4, couple of runs and a pair of RBIs. Mejica is into the ball game. Mejica will face Todd Helton to start the inning. He struck him out to end game 3 of this series last night. Helton is 3 for 8 against the Cardinal closer, and that's our Chevy call to the pen. What will get overlooked if the Cardinals hold on in this game is the fact that their bullpen was very good, clearly. But that inning against Rex Brothers, a tough lefty. Matt Adams with a base hit, John Jay with a base hit. Lefty on lefty matchup.
Incredible. I mean, it's great to see them produce that way, especially what Matt Adams did to kind of get things going. Now it's up to Chief.
Just saw him about 18 hours ago with the game on the line. So here you are, following day.
Get your rest, come back, do it again.
Yeah. See how they change up, if at all, what they do here with Helton. Drives it out to right. And this ball is gone. Todd Helton ties it up, 6-6.
Helton didn't get him last night, but he got him today. Change up, middle in, big fly, tie score.
You wonder if there's some genuine concern right now with Edward Mejica, who has not been nearly as sharp as we saw in the first half. But an 0-1 pitch. Home run number 14 for Helton. He's driven in 53, and we're tied up at 6-6.
Mejica has had some developing arm issues in the second half. More of his back of his shoulder than it would be his actual arm, but it has caused some issues, and clearly not as sharp as he was in the early going. He's managed to get his saves here and there. Still throwing strikes, that's for sure.
Trying to regroup. Charlie Culberson. 2 for 4 with a pair of strikeouts. Single, run scored, also a double.
Some moment for Todd Helton here. On the heels of last night. Striking out with the bases loaded. Talked about the storybook ending possibly for that game here last night, and it didn't happen.
Such a great hitter, and that's why I brought up how do you change it from just the night before and getting out. One of the great hitters ever in Rockies history, if not the best, arguably. You know, even at an advanced age, such a smart player. Makes the adjustment and takes one out of the ballpark against Mejica. 2 balls, 2 strikes. One away. This ball game started with Michael Walker, 4 2/3. Randy Choate, Seth Maness, Kevin Segrist, John Axford, Trevor Rosenthal, and now Mejica. 6th reliever used, 7th pitcher overall for Mike Matheny. Yorvi Torrealba. RBI single in the second, singled in the third, struck out and flied out. Oh, and 2. Home plate umpires hearing it from that Rockies dugout. So much so we can hear it up here.
But he was right.
0-2 pitch. Right back to it.
See things with your heart sometimes, don't you?
Absolutely.
We saw a great game here last night, Dan. The Cardinals ultimately won it 4-3. Game on the line, bottom of the ninth. Today, an equally close game. Not as well played a game, but still a lot of big moments and maybe more to follow.
Little check swing, and that's fouled back.
And if the Cardinals are able to pull this one out, they both count the same, whether it's an ugly game, well-played game, or not. That's where the mental toughness comes in.
Torrealba is 2 for 3 against Mexica in his career. Stays alive. I don't blame, by the way, John Jay for coming home on that play.
Not at all.
You know, it just took one of those goofy bounces right back to the catcher. Played out perfectly for the Rockies.
We didn't have a chance to talk about it, but that was just a bad break. He saw the ball get away from the catcher, made an instinctual move to the plate, got about halfway there, and the ball just bounced right back to Torrealba.
Right field. Front number 2. Beltran is there. Beltran, Molina are due up for the Cardinals, along with Pete Kozma.
And the Cardinals' question is who has the 10th. Assuming he can retire Herrera here. It'd be 9-1-2. Sam Freeman, perhaps.
Did have Tyler Lyons warming up earlier in the ballgame when Michael Walker was struggling. Certainly could use a long man extra innings, potentially. Little flare into shallow right center. That drops in for a hit. He's thinking 2 and puts himself right in scoring position.
Perfectly placed by Herrera to show off his speed. Out of the box, he's thinking 2. Long way for John Jay to go. He was shading him to left center field. Here's your winning run potentially.
Ryan Wheeler at the plate. Winning run at second base. First pitch to Wheeler.
Wheeler 2 for 13 as a pinch hitter.
On deck, Charlie Blackmon.
Rockies down to Pacheco on their bench, assuming they're not going to use Rosario, Arenado, and Gonzalez, who are all hurt. And Kadire.
Yep. Two-0 pitch. Off the end of the bat. Backhanded by Mejica. Throw is offline, but the tag there by Matt Carpenter. Extra innings here at Coors Field in Denver. Todd Helton ties it up. Who knows, that may be his final long ball of his outstanding career. All season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, Carlos Beltran will lead things off against Matt Belisle. No Chevy Cole to the pen. Game that started with Oswald, went to Corpus, Ottavino, Ottman, Bettis, Brothers, and now Belisle. I think I got it right.
You got it right, and it's a game where we've seen 28 hits through 9 innings. A 6-6 tie. Both bullpens giving up runs in the 8th and the 9th. The Cardinals will have Beltran, Molina, and Cosma in the 10th.
Move the rosin bag over. Line of sight of the hitter.
So 7 pitchers, Dan, that you just reeled off for Colorado. Cardinals have used 7. And they're going to need some more.
Beltran is 1 for 3 today. RBI base hit in the 4th. Slowly hit to the right side, race to the bag, and out. It brings in Molina, who is hitless today. Grounded into a 6-4-3 double play in the 2nd. 2 runners on in the 4th. He flied to center, struck out against Ottavino, first man that he saw in the 6th, and also lined out to right. This is where Yachty sometimes in that first pitch guesses right. Knocks it out of the park. A lot of first pitch swinging from Molina this year. One ball, 1 strike on Yadier Molina. Off speed pitch, had him out in front. 1-2.
Good breaker there. Good downward movement, late movement. Think the Pirates are scoreboard watching?
Oh, yeah.
Their game's over, but they're finding a scoreboard somewhere. Caught the corner.
A strikeout of Yadier Molina. Belial gets his first K of the afternoon. In steps Pete Kozma, made a very good play at short to get Troy Tulowitzki. That saved a run. Hit sharply to third. LeMahieu comes up with it. 1-2-3 inning for Belial. Caught up in how we've gotten here. David Freese, ball that nearly left the ballpark but turned into a double. The Cardinals a short-lived lead because right after that, off of Trevor Rosenthal, they would tie it up. Cardinals take the lead thanks to Matt Holliday. Scores Colton Wong, and then Todd Helton takes Edward Mujica deep. So we play now here in the bottom of the 10th. And Sam Freeman will be the new pitcher for St. Louis.
Sam will try to stop the bleeding from the Cardinals bullpen. They've given up a run in the 8th, a run in the 9th. Freeman has the 10th, top of the order, and Blackman, who has 4 hits already this afternoon. Sam is our Chevy call to the bullpen. Good numbers for him, 2.89 ERA. And a pretty low whip as well. He'll have Blackman, LeMahieu, and Dickerson. And hopefully that's all.
The 7th reliever used by the Cardinals today. As you mentioned, Blackman, a 4-hit afternoon. One out he made was a line drive off the bat of Blackman to Holliday in left when Segrist was in the game. Strike at the knees. Good start, 0-2 for Sam Freeman.
Another lefty throw in 95.
Matt Carpenter is as close to the line at first that you can be without stepping on it. Scalzo at third backs up a step or two. And the 0-2 pitch from Freeman. Ground ball hit to short. Kozma, one away.
So you're Mike Matheny. You picked the starting lineup today. You have everybody playing exactly where you want them to play for a very specific reason. And you get to the bottom of the 10th, and the only guys that are still in the same spot where they started are the outfielders. Holiday, Jay Beltran in the outfield, but changes in the Cardinals infield. Molina's moved behind the plate. Carpenter's moved to first. Descalzo's moved to third, and Kozma and Wong now up the middle. So you're going to win with those guys or lose with those guys. That's why a team has to be deep.
DJ LeMahieu, 4 strikeouts today, 0 for 5. Fly ball out to left. Holiday back with room and makes the catch.
Just a little bit in on the hands on that changeup. He waited back, kept his hands back, and just missed it. The timing off a bit, but he gave it a ride. Freeman has a good changeup, a really good one, but just a little bit on the hands, not quite the barrel of the bat. Otherwise, we would be packing up right now.
Corey Dickerson, RBI triple back in the 8th. Freeman hit 96 on the gun. Dickerson is singled and also walked.
And that triple, he had such a big hit in this game. He had a season in A-ball where he had 32 home runs. He's not approached that last couple of years, but he's got some pop in his bat. We saw it. Big swing there, kind of a long swing. Usually the guys with the long swings, you can tie up inside. You call them almost kind of a slider speed bat if they've got a long swing. Can't catch up with the good fastball. We'll see.
Oh, 0-2 pitch. Freeman to Dickerson. Lines it out to left. Holiday is back and makes the catch on the run. Another good play from Matt Holiday in this series. That sends us to the 11th inning. Holiday, the play out and left. 6-6. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. St. Louis by a game and a half in front of Pittsburgh. The Pirates have already posted a win. They will host Cincinnati tomorrow night. 6-6 here in the top of the 11th. The Dodgers are the first to clinch a playoff berth, a 7-6 win over the Diamondbacks. So they are the champions of the National League West. Good work by Sam Freeman. Second inning of work for Belisle. Adrian Chambers will be the pinch hitter. Then we'll see Descalso and Wong. So from the left side, the bench is through for the Cardinals. And just like that, Walt Weiss will go to his pen. That'll be it for Belisle. He's got two more lefties out there, and Pomeranz and Jeff Francis.
Unbelievable what they've done. And then they're the first to clinch.
Chevy called to the pen, Drew Pomeranz. We saw him pitch in game one. High draft choice, 5th overall. Part of the Ubaldo Jimenez deal. And here is Adrian Chambers. Chambers, Descalso, and Wong. Well, potentially you got a couple of guys out of the 3 that could give you fits with their speed. One 0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Got to get on first.
Low strike to Chambers. 1-2, and he has words with the home plate umpire.
Pomeranz walks nearly 4.5 batters per 9 at the big league level. That pitch looked like it did catch the bottom of the zone.
The 1-2 pitch to Adrian Chambers. Descalso has had to face Ottman and Brothers in his last 2 at bats, so a couple of lefties. Grounded out and lined out. He's also struck out and grounded out to first. That was against Roy Oswalt. Cardinals with 11 hits. Rockies with 17. We're tied up at 6-6. Neither side has committed an error. Breaking ball chopped towards second. 2 outs.
One of the things you have to fight in a game like this, Dan, is crowd's not real big here at Coors Field. Hasn't really been in this entire series. This is an extremely important opportunity for the Cardinals here today. But the atmosphere, when you get into extra innings and you've been here a long time and the crowd is kind of out of it, it just doesn't feel like it is important, but it is. So you have to mentally fight it and fight the fatigue of a game like this and remind yourself, look, we're fighting to stay 2 games up in the Central Division. Dodgers won today. We're fighting to stay ahead of them as far as best record among division leaders. So a lot on the line here.
2 strikes on Colton Wong. Been a tough start to his big league career at the plate. Lyons getting loose. Salas there on the left. 0-2 pitch to Colton Wong. Hit to second, and Wong is retired. 1-2-3 inning for Drew Pomeranz. Chevy called to the pin. Some big bats coming up. Tulowitzki, Helton, who tied it up in the 9th, and Culberson. Tulowitzki has struck out 3 times today. Grounded out to short and also hit a 2-run homer. We're in the bottom of the 11th, tied up at 6-6.
Kind of odd that the Cardinals would have used 9 pitchers and we're just in the 11th. Now, I say just. Yes, I get it, extra innings, but 9 pitchers. You think about that as something that happens when you go 15-16, which could happen. So we wonder if Tyler Lyons might be in there for a while. He's one of the guys out in that Cardinal bullpen that can give you extended innings.
I would think so, don't you?
You still have Jake Westbrook, you still have Salas, you still have Martinez.
Cardinals record in extra innings, they are 5-5 this year. Tulowitzki fouls it back.
If everything stays the same, you would assume that Lyons would be out there for 2 probably, with his spot coming up that 3rd inning. Again, that's all assuming things stay the same.
And a ground ball. It's hit to second. Colton Wong with it. Low throw to Matt Carpenter. One away. Todd Helton last night, game on the line. Bases loaded. He strikes out to end it. Today, against Mexico, gets the best of him. That's baseball.
High slider, called a strike. Wasn't.
One ball, one strike. Helton shaking his arm. He's not right. Dealing with soreness at shoulder and also his arm. One pitch.
We have a fan that we've been picking up on our microphone the whole game that does not seem to be a Vic Carapazza fan. Sure, we'll have something to say about that.
2-2.
There he is. Be consistent.
He was trying to end it. His helmet almost came off.
He's a hanger, too.
The 2-2. Helton, a swing and a miss as he strikes out.
Same helmet problem, and he again is shaking that left wrist. There's the swing. There's the helmet. And there's the wrist.
So Lyons has gotten the first two.
So Helton hits a home run in the ninth and says, why am I quitting this game? And he swings and misses and hurts his wrist, and he remembers.
Quickly. If we head to the 12th, Cardinals will have the top of the lineup. That's off the end of the bat. 8th reliever used, 9th pitcher overall for St. Louis, Tyler Lyons.
"17 pitchers in the game. So far.
Hit to the right side. Wong from his knees, not in time. Winning run is on.
Wong goes to his left. And it looks like he might have stumbled just a little bit, spun around, still made the throw. Not really how he designed to make that play, but still pretty athletic recovery at least. Three hits for Culberson.
Infield hit. Now it's Yorvi Torrealba. What have you thought of the move of Tyler Lyons when you've seen it?
I haven't really seen, well, when he started the first two games, we didn't see much of it because nobody was on base against him. Didn't really have a lot of opportunities for that. I say he's quick to the plate, which is the most important thing. His move is more just like that. That's kind of the move we've seen, just to let you know we're thinking about you. Haven't seen it necessarily as a weapon like we saw with John Gast, Cardinal left-hander that we saw earlier this year. Yeah, his is an absolute weapon.
Good pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Gast has the kind of move that you use in non-running counts. You know the guy's not going to go. Maybe a pitcher on first. It doesn't matter. I think I can pick you off, so it is a weapon. I'm not just worried about you stealing. I'm going to try to get you out. So, and why not? If you cannot deliver a pitch home and get a guy out without throwing a pitch, why wouldn't you?
1 ball and 2 strikes.
I got so mad at Bob Welch once because he got a hit off me for the Dodgers. I was so mad I gave up a hit to this pitch. He couldn't hit to save his life. He's taking a lead off of first base. He's buttoning his jacket. Pitchers used to put their jackets on, and I picked him off. I mean, he wasn't going to steal. I just didn't like him over there.
That's worse, to get picked off.
Yes, right. Buttoning your jacket.
Right. Fly ball into right center. Jay wants it. He's got it. And we head to the 12th. The top of the lineup. That means Matt Holliday will hit when we come back. He's had quite the series. He's been a Rocky killer. For the 12th in a 6-6 game.
Carpenter still looking for his first hit this afternoon. He's been very good during the day, by the way. His day batting average over 370 this year, but 0 for 4 with a walk. A 10-game hitting streak on the line. But getting another opportunity in the 12th.
He'll have to do it against Drew Pomeranz, his second inning of work. Seven relievers used today by the Rockies.
Didn't I say earlier it had the feeling of being a 7-6 game or an 8-7 game in 13?
Yeah, you jinxed us.
No.
I remember.
I was actually looking for a little
I'm
credit.
ready to throw you out of the booth.
I'm looking for a little
No,
credit.
I'm not giving you credit for that.
But you're going to call it jinxing.
Yeah. Wonder if there's any no-hitters going on right now you could talk about.
Somewhere on the planet there's a no-hitter going. Might be on the street. They might be playing stick ball somewhere or cork ball. Somebody's got a no-no going. Or had one.
0-2 pitch to Carpenter. This strike zone is everywhere. I mean, it is everywhere. Both sides. That's the second time that he's been called out on strikes. I can't remember a time he was called out.
Same
twice.
pitch, too. It's the same
Yep.
pitch, and
That's exactly right. High.
that pitch looked to be on the corner according to our pitch tracks.
That pitch tracks.
Hey, I don't care about the facts. That's a ball. My mind's made up. Don't confuse me with proof.
That's right. Here's John Jay. Lifts it out to left. And the catch is made. 2 away. They have had a right-hander getting loose in the pen. The way Pomeranz is going, who is a starter. You would think if he was in any trouble, they'd bring the righty in to face Holiday, but 2 outs, nobody on. 1 for 3 with a home run against this lefty. Holiday tied it up, put the Cardinals on top. Tied it up in the 5th. Then an RBI single in the 9th to give the Cardinals a short-lived lead. On base 4 times today. 3 hits, a walk, and he flied out to deep center. A ball that both you and I thought may have been a 2-run homer. That was all the way back in the 1st.
Long time ago. Holiday, by the way, 294.
One pitch. Taken inside.
He hits the glove. The problem is the glove is off the plate. Never liked it when a catcher's set up off the plate. It's like you're asking me to do something, and if I do it perfectly, the result is bad. Carlos Beltran, I believe, just took something out of the back pocket of Matt Holliday. He's so close.
He's been doing that today, all day, when he's been on deck. Holiday takes a strike, 3-2. Two outs, nobody on. A 3-2 pitch to one of the game's hottest hitters. Here it is. We'll do it again.
Beltran is so close to the plate right now, I would almost have to think that if there were a complaint lodged, they'd move it. I mean, he's not even.
Rick, he's been there all day, every time today. And it was not the case 2 nights ago when he was in the lineup.
That seems a little disconcerting from the pitcher's point of view, doesn't it? That
Yeah.
he's that close.
The next 2, Holiday. He walked him. Go ahead run is on. The Rockies know better than anybody. You still have to respect Matt Holliday potentially trying to swipe a bag. Not to say that he would do it here in the 12th, but you definitely have to keep an eye out for him.
He's 6 for 7.
And he's a guy that was in the 20s a couple of times in stolen bases while wearing a Rockies uniform.
That may be the conversation here with Jim Wright, just letting his young left-hander know all the variables here. I'm sure they're talking Beltran as well. Talked about the catcher setting up off the plate. That may have been a bit by design to be careful with Matt Holliday, which you can't blame him.
Beltran breaks his bat and lines out to short. He's 11 for St. Louis. Cardinals, those 11 hits, they have stranded 8. The Rockies with 18 hits have stranded 13. Redbirds have used Waka for 4 2/3, Choate, Manus, Segrist, Axford, Rosenthal, Mojica, Freeman, and the second inning of work here for Tyler Lyons. Jonathan Herrera leads it off here in the 12th.
Which means you have Salas, Westbrook, and Martinez left in the Cardinals bullpen. But Martinez had a long and rough outing 2 days ago. You wonder how available he is today.
So the Cardinals are done with their lefties.
If Lyons gets through this inning, he'll be the 3rd batter in the 13th. And assuming he's pinch hit for, be interesting to see what right-hander comes out for the next inning. He should be out.
Yeah, that hit him. And he is out of the box and ran right into an out, literally. So that put out will go to the closest man, and that's the catcher, Yadier Molina, as Walt Weiss is going to argue here. He's out of the box.
Clearly hit him. Clearly the right call. Wasn't really much doubt about that particular call. The only thing I'm wondering is it might have hit him twice. Might have hit him in the hand when he first bounced up, and then hit him again in the leg when he was in fair territory. And don't know the extent of Weiss's argument, but I think the right call.
I would agree, and there wasn't much argument from Herrera either. It was almost as if he knew he ran into the out. And the Rockies need to send a hitter up. This is Tyler Chatwood, and we saw him swing the bat pretty well against the Cardinals, but this gives you an idea. He's a starting pitcher.
So that means
Their bench is done.
That means Kadire, Rosario, and Arenado can't play today. You'd have to think, because they could pinch hit.
Carlos Gonzalez is listed, but is not here.
Those 4 guys, you think, if they could at least swing the bat, they'd be up here. So
that's right. So his bench
is done.
Yeah.
No mas.
0-1 pitch. Chatwood puts it in play, chops it left side. Descalso to Carpenter. 2 away. Cardinals will have Molina, Cosma, and Lyons coming up if we get to lucky number 13.
I said it would be 13, didn't I? Cardinal win by 1.
Told you I don't want to talk about it.
You'll be happy.
I hope so. I hope so. Good pitch there by Lyons.
That's a sharp slider, 81 miles an hour. Good downward tilt.
I don't know about you, but to me, he really makes an intriguing proposition for the Cardinals next year.
No question.
He's shown some really good bright spots this season. Starter, as you talked about, so good when he first got to the big leagues. And thus far as a reliever, he's been very good. The problem is for him, and it's a great problem for the Cardinals, they are stocked up with young, good arms. Puts it in play, it's popped up. Descalso can't get there. Trying to avoid the umpire too.
This is a kid's game. It's a fun game. Everybody very loose in a baseball uniform, so you're not really feeling sorry for these guys playing extra innings, but the legs get a little heavier. The mind gets a little more tired. Players have been at this a long time. They've been at the ballpark now for a very long time, and you have to fight all those factors and stay sharp mentally, because one pitch, one bad pitch, game's over. One bad play by an infielder, game could be over. You cannot lose your concentration.
There's a breaking ball popped up again left side. Descalso, similar play. Can't come up with it.
He should have just stayed there after that last pitch.
Blackman today with 4 hits, 3 singles, a double. Fly to left and grounded out to short.
Which, by the way, Dan, you can't do. You can't be in foul territory.
That's right.
Somebody asked me that recently about why wouldn't you just put somebody in foul territory, say on an intentional walk, put somebody behind the catcher? Well, that would be a fielder's balk. You have to be between the lines. Everybody except the catcher has to be in fair territory.
Are you kidding me? That
Getting
one's out
closer.
of play.
Now, having said that, I saw a game in the American League in Chicago. It was in the dugout, in fact. Dave Winfield came over to talk to a fan. And he thought this manager was going to change pitchers. And he was leaning over the railing talking to his friend. And the manager ran back off, didn't change pitchers. Next pitch was made. And Winfield was still leaning over the fence talking to it. There was no right fielder. Unbelievable.
A strikeout for Lyons. We have played 12. Yachty leads it off when we come back. Top of the 13th. Rockies and Cardinals. 8th inning. How'd we get here? Let's tell you. David Freese with this drive into center. That allowed a run to score. That was Holiday. Rockies, though, come back and tie it up off of Trevor Rosenthal. A triple. Blackman scores. 9th inning. Holiday comes through with a single with 2 outs. That would plate Colton Wong, and then Todd Helton takes one deep off of Edward Mejica. Wilton Lopez is our Chevy call to the pen. You think about both these teams and where they're at. Cardinals an advantage with their bench. By all accounts, you would have to figure. Colorado done with their bench players. Chance of Yachty here at the ballpark, and it feels like a home game.
Sure does. There's not a big crowd to start the game, but not many people have left.
And against Lopez, Molina 1 for 3. Yachty started this ball game at first. A check swing, 0-2. Bryce Harper is homered for Washington. They lead their ball game 3-1 over Miami. The Dodgers wrapped up the West today. Celebrated by jumping in the pool in Arizona.
Team building.
And that's tough when a team like that, the Dodgers in Arizona, remember the bad blood they had earlier this year. Arizona hitters were hit 5 times in the series. Now they're celebrating in the pool as Molina strikes out to start the top of the 13th.
3 strikeouts in one day for Yachty. Very unusual. Happened earlier this season, but Yachty still one of the top 10 in the National League in terms of having a tough time striking him out. What is it, 1 every 14 at-bats for Yachty, something like that. Yet 3 punch-outs here today, and 0 for 5.
Here's Pete Kozma, and Kozma shoots one out to center for out number 2. Ball game started with Roy Oswalt for the Rockies. Corpus, Ottavino, Upman, Bettis, Brothers, Belisle, Pomeranz, and now Lopez. Tyler Lyons hitting for himself. So maybe gives you a little insight on what the Cardinals have left in their bullpen. Westbrook is available. Salas. As you mentioned Martinez, but you're not sure because of his lengthy outing last time out.
I would think you would
just
want
how deep he could go.
You'd want to stay away from him, I would think. And you know, it isn't just today. The Cardinals only have 1 off day left the rest of the way, so you want to be careful how far you go.
And just like that, we head to the bottom of the 13th. Cardinals head to Milwaukee after the ball game is finished up. Lions has had 2 scoreless innings thus far. LeMahieu, Dickerson, Tulowitzki for the Rockies. Cardinals have used Waka, Choate, Manus, Segrist, Axford, Rosenthal, Mahika, Freeman. Third inning of work for Tyler Lyons.
Mike Matheny had some other options on his bench. He had Rob Johnson, Ryan Jackson, Audrey Perez, Brock Peterson left on his bench. I think at this point he's just leaving this game up to Tyler Lyons. And I think he likes the lefty in there at this part of the order too.
Winning run is on. LeMahieu. So Lyons working from the stretch. You get Corey Dickerson here. And Dickerson has been on base 3 times. A triple to tie it up in the 8th. Singled and scored back in the 3rd. He has walked, and last time up it was a really fine play by Holiday and left to take a hit away. He's showing bunt. Tulowitzki is on deck, and the first pitch is taken low and away for a ball. A 1-0 pitch in the air. Descalso, no play back at first. 1 away.
Well, that was not what the Rockies planned there. Squaring to bunt. He bunts a bullet.
Wong had to get to the bag at first, a little tardy there. Carpenter was charging. He's your first baseman right now. Troy Tulowitzki, a 2-run homer earlier today. He struck out 3 times. Lions would love a double play here and send us to the 14th.
But Mayhew runs very well. 17 stolen bases. The bunt doesn't work. Do you try the steal? Get a little more aggressive when you're the home team in extra innings. To be a little more aggressive when you're 18.5 games out too.
Todd Helton on deck if Tulowitzki can reach. An extended to Helton. You see there the Cardinals have Descalso, Wong, and Carpenter. 3 lefties due up. The 2-0 pitch in the dirt. 3-0.
Slider. Looks like it got the throwing hand of Yadier Molina, which was behind his glove. Ball snuck behind the glove somehow as he was trying to block it. Yadi played this whole game but started out at first base.
Turn him loose on 3-0. Here it is. 3-1. 3-2. It's a cool day to start with, and now with the sun behind the clouds, turned into a cool evening here in Denver. A 3-2 pitch, and he draws a walk. Todd Helton tied it off of Mahika back in the ninth, and a base hit could win it.
Slow walk to the mound by Yadier Molina. Lyons has decent control, but he's missed with his slider a couple of times in this inning, and that's the pitch that needs to work here to try to get that double play, which is certainly a possibility with Helton at the plate.
First pitch taken for a ball. Remember, Helton really fought the strike zone. Back in the 11th, he was the second man that Lyons saw. Lyons has struck out 2 and walked 1.
And he hurt his wrist on one of those swings.
1 ball, 1 strike. Helton has only grounded into 4 double plays this year. Strike 2. Paints the outside corner.
Perfectly placed.
Helton with a fly ball into center. Jay will make the catch. 2 down.
Now do you bring in Salas? There's your answer.
So 2 2/3 for Lyons. Here comes Salas. The game on the line when we come back. And 9. The celebration there, you see the young man with the Cardinals cap on, part of that celebration. One of the ultimate Cardinal fans. Keith O'Brien right in the middle of things and taking it all in, Rick.
What a moment. Our Chevy call to the bullpen. We've had a number of them. Fernando Salas, and he'll face Charlie Culberson, who's had some good at-bats in this series. Swung the bat well. He's had 3 hits this afternoon. And the game winner is out at second base right now.
It's good speed, too, and LeMahieu. Wonder if Culberson will get knocked down. Seems like every time he comes up, he gets knocked down. Runners at first and second. Strike one.
Happened 3 times to him today. I mean, he pitches right under the chin. I think he's got some power. The ball kind of jumps off his bat.
Oh, 1 pitch. 0-2.
It's up to Fernando Salas if the Cardinals are going to hit again in the 14th. 8-9-1. 30 hits in this game now, and the Rockies have 19 of them.
The 0-2. Got him! Called third strike. Sends us to the 14th. Good work by Salas. Catches the bottom of the strike zone. 6-6. Good work by Salas as the Rockies strand 2 more.
Cardinals hoping for a happy but late flight today.
Rockies have stranded 15 this afternoon. Cardinals have stranded 7. Lopez in his second inning of work.
Cardinals are 4-2 in the season series against the Rockies. Trying to win 3 out of 4.
First pitch to Daniel is a strike.
And this one has not been easy.
Oh, 0-2 on Daniel Descalso. 3 lefties for Lopez to face. Descalso, Wong, and Carpenter. The 0-2. Foul back by Descalso.
That almost hit Auerbach.
Daniel is hitless today.
Ball hit right in front of the booth.
In the dirt, 1-2. One away to start the 14th. Descalso is hitless today. Colton Wong came in as a pinch runner after Adams had singled back in the ninth. His lone plate appearance came in the 11th and rounded out to second.
Still trying to get untracked with the bat. 157 batting average. We mentioned he hit over 300 in AAA. Timing's just not right at this level yet. And he's never pinch hit before, so he's really hitting sparingly, and it seems to have affected his timing. And once the timing's affected, then the confidence is affected, and then it's kind of a bad spiral. But one bullet in the outfield, and he'll feel better.
I'm sure he feels like he looks up and it's always 0-2 or 1-2.
Oh, yeah. It's just unbelievable how that spiral affects you.
1-2 pitch here. 2-2. Cardinals have used 10 pitchers in the game today. It's the first time since we had a 20-inning game against the Mets back in the early 2000s, as Wong taps one foul.
Just not hitting pitches that you think eventually he'll be able to hit, and that he has hit before. And that was just basic fastball middle in, and he just topped it. And just not quite right. But he's working at it.
Fly ball down the left field line and out of play. Two and two on Colton Wong. Lopez in his second inning of work as we play here in the top of the 14th. 6-6 our score. Rockies jumped out to a 4-run lead to start this game. Big gap in right center. The 2-2 pitch. Good at bat here by Wong. Maybe this is the kind of at bat that he needs. More pitches.
Seeing more pitches,
yep.
Exactly. Still rooting for that gapper in right center field. Really more of a gap hitter. He's not a home run hitter.
The 2-2. Hanging tough.
Hanging tough, but still not squaring up the baseball. Fan yelling his batting average. You could hear it all the way up here, as if he doesn't know it.
Lopez has come in. He struck out 3. 5 up and 5 down with 3 strikeouts.
Elevates on this one. Top of the strike zone. Matt Carpenter's 10-game hitting streak still on the line. Hard to believe the Cardinals are 6-6 in the 14th, and Matt Carpenter doesn't have a run scored, RBI, hit, double, triple, any of that stuff that he has every day.
Carpenter was on base all the way back in the first inning. He walked to start the game. Todd Helton acted like he threw the ball back to the pitcher on a pickoff play. Carpenter wandered from the bag and he was tagged out. Also of note, it's rare to see Carpenter not only strike out but do it twice looking, which has happened in this game.
Doesn't seem to be seeing that particular pitch because that's the same location, up and away, that he got called out on twice.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him have an off day tomorrow.
And Carpenter smokes one out to center, but on the run they make the catch. Play made by Dickerson. Yorvi Torrealba leads it off for the Rockies, and away we go. They just did the 7th inning stretch again. Why not?
Cardinals have had 2 16-inning games this year. One against Arizona, one against Cincinnati, one a loss, one a win. And we're working on 14 here this afternoon. One of my favorite games ever, Dan, was sitting there. I believe it was on Easter, listening to you and Al.
Oh, yeah.
Do a game in Florida. I was doing post-game. The post-game show lasted 5 minutes. And the game lasted forever.
Popped up, and there is Cosma. One away. Good work by Salas. He's gotten the last 2 outs.
And you were funny. You were very funny. At one point, I recall you saying, and now it's raining. I believe it was like the 17th or the 18th. Didn't that game go 20 innings? Or?
Yeah, I think it was 20, and Fernando Vina got the game-winning hit. Who had been hitless in 9 at-bats in that game. We were coming home that night from a road trip, and because of the rules for the flights, the crew needed proper rest, and so we were delayed getting back home.
You spent the night?
We did not spend the night.
You were delayed.
We were delayed, so they got the new crew in there.
I also recall you probably weren't doing the game. It was the game of the week when we played the Mets in 20 innings, was it not?
Yeah, that was a Loesch game. That was at Busch Stadium. There are times I wish folks at home could hear what is in our ears from the truck, and it is priceless commentary.
You know, there are times where I wish I couldn't hear what comes from our truck. I'll trade them, trade places. Oh, but now's not one of them. We're having a good time here.
There's Jordan Pacheco. So he didn't pitch hit earlier, Pacheco.
But he is now.
Chatwood, yeah.
Well, he had time to heal a little more, I guess.
Had a couple of hours. Why not? Get in there. In the air out to shallow right. And the catch is made by Beltran. Good work by Salas. Sends us to the 15th.
Pitcher number 20. Oh, Dan. You going to be okay?
I am. I just was hearing Tom Mee, our director. And he just made me laugh.
Top of the 15th. 6 is the score. 30 hits in the game. And while Dan's pulling himself together, I'll let you know that John Jay, Matt Holliday, and Carlos Beltran will bat for the Cardinals here in the 15th. As we mentioned, a couple of 16-inning games already for the Cardinals this year. Jay 1 for 2 against Scahill. We saw him in this series. And both teams really running out of players. The Cardinals have Martinez, who we believe they will not want to use. But they also have Jake Westbrook in the bullpen, and that's it. Cardinals do have more players on their bench in Perez, Jackson, Johnson, and Peterson. But not many pitchers left now for the Rockies. Mitchell Boggs, we've not seen him tonight. Jeff Manship would be the other. So they're down to 2 pitchers in their bullpen. And I welcome back to the microphone Dan McLaughlin, who now has it together.
I do. Here we go. John Jay for the Cardinals here in the top of the 15th. It's nice that the Cardinals have this cushion. 2-game lead, now game and a half after the win by Pittsburgh. But boy, would a win be awfully nice going to Milwaukee.
No question. I think that's what's odd about this moment. And again, I've said it, Dan, but I'll say it again. It's been a long game, so people may have missed it. The fact is, there's a lot of external factors going on right now that would make you kind of let down a bit and not remember just how important this game is.
And Jay hits it out to left. The running catch is made. Culberson takes a hit away from John Jay.
Seen a lot of lineouts to outfielders today. Nice play by the left fielder.
Here's Holliday, who's 2 for 2 with a home run off this righty. Holliday has been on base 5 times today. 2 walks, 2 RBIs, couple of runs scored. All his hits have been singles. Swinging the bat right now as well as we have seen him all year.
He really is. Even, and I know that's where you were going. Even with that ball he just fouled off there, he pulled off a little bit, but it's not. It's just not a bad swing. It's not far off. It's not like his balance. His balance, I think, is what we see. That's so much better. Numbers getting better. 294 average. He might hit 300.
Cardinals not had a base runner, I believe, since Holliday. Yep. Back in the 12th with his walk.
Mom's a little tired. Late nights.
He's setting him up.
These kids change so quickly.
Amazing. Apparently that kid was born in the top of the 2nd.
Mom's doing well. She's a little tired.
Yep.
There's Beltran again, getting close to home plate to get a view of the pitcher. That's really why he's doing it. He's trying to get as clear a timing advantage as possible.
Boy, they have gone to that spot on Holliday time and again. That's the 4th or 5th time I can remember him taking that pitch for a ball, and it's been controversial because strike zone has been iffy at times.
Pitch clearly inside. Matt's shown a lot of restraint, not swinging at that pitch.
Ooh, they want to go inside. Watch out.
Ooh. about times we've had those conversations about hitters where somebody will tell you, hey, you got to go inside on him, but you better make sure you really get it in off the plate. And it's like, oh, you mean a ball? So you walk him? Oh, no, don't walk him. Well, what are you saying? Make him swing at a pitch that he doesn't want to. It's the reality of pitching is the challenge. You've got to go at him at some point. Holiday really seeing that pitch on the inner half, works the walk.
How about Beltran playing here in the 15th?
Going to need another day off.
Jake Westbrook starting to throw in the Cardinals' pen.
And with Westbrook, you have to worry about giving him enough time to get loose.
That's taken for a ball by Beltran. It has been a while since we've seen him take one deep. Have to go back to the Atlanta series.
Are you calling it? Hoping for it?
Hoping.
Okay.
I'll take that too. Base hit into right. Holiday on his way to third. Beltran with his second hit of the day. And in steps Yachty, who might wind up catching a full game before this one is all said and done anyway.
Cardinal fans are about half the crowd right here. Rally caps, Yachty chant.
Would they possibly put Yachty on to deal with Cosma?
Yes.
One out. Walt Weiss out to visit. This was the scenario that they had earlier. Remember, we talked about Holiday in the ninth. Would you pitch to him or just load him up? As well as he's been swinging the bat.
Well, Yachty's had a bad day offensively today, though. He's 0 for 5, but he did get the sacrifice fly, and that's what they're trying to avoid, is a situational hitting opportunity here for Molina to drive in a run. And I don't care if he's 0 for 5 or not, he's still Yadier Molina. So I would be careful with him. Probably would walk him. Although you put the bases loaded, you're putting more pressure on this young pitcher who's
crooked number, potentially.
Got a crooked number staring him right in the face. But Pete Cosma is 0 for 2. He's seen only 2 pitches. And they are going to walk him. I think that's the right move.
How about that? You walk the bases loaded to get to Cosma. And Pete, who has had his issues at the plate this year, could make up for some of that coming through here in the 15th inning.
For the visiting team to do that in the bottom half of an inning, that's a no-brainer. Absolutely you would do it. But for a home team to do it in the top half of an inning where you may be creating, as you say, Dan, the crooked number opportunity, you're basically just showing a lot of respect to Yadier Molina is what you're doing right here.
Cardinals are down to what we believe would be Westbrook in the bullpen, and you have Salas, who's been used. Martinez, again, going into this game, you would think off limits. And one of the things you could think about here is that if Cosma gets a hit or gets a run in, Salas's spot is on deck. You could pull back Peterson and have Salas try to finish the game off.
I think if you get one run, that's what you do.
But Pete's got to do his job here. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ball 1 to Cosma. And the pressure, as you spoke of, getting a little tighter.
And it's squarely on the pitcher's shoulders. He's got no place to put Pete Cosma. He needs a ground ball. Kozma needs a fly ball.
Infield is in. Kozma chops it towards second. Out there, on to first. They get the double play. His helmet down in frustration. Probably the most emotion we've seen from him all season long.
All this season and last season. Very kind of even-keeled player, but frustrated, as I'm sure a lot of Cardinal fans are at that particular result. Probably some Cardinal fans slammed their helmets down. At least figuratively.
So Salas still in the ball game. And here is Charlie Blackmon. First pitch is strike. Top of the lineup. It's Blackmon, LeMahieu, and Dickerson for the Rockies.
We said it would be a battle of the bullpens, and that's exactly what it is. I think the Rockies aren't really helping the home plate umpire out very much. They're pretty much arguing on every pitch. And I think every time they look back at the umpire, the fans just continue to react to that. I'm not sure he's had as bad a night as they think he has.
Goodbye. Strikeout for Salas. Tell you what, Fernando's been good.
He has. Very good quality pitch right there. Is this one a strike or not? Sure it is. And he complains about it. I mean, it's 0-2. It's a strike. I think that's frustration mounting.
Mayhew is 1 for 2. Base hit into right.
One point in this game, he had an 0 for 6 with 4 punch outs, and he was feeling like he just had a terrible day, and now he's got a couple of hits. One in the 13th, one in the 15th. Now he's the winning run again, and we should mention again, he runs well.
Dickerson hits it into right. Beltran over. That's to the wall. They're going to wave him in. Relay to the plate. Throw is there. Scoots away. Game over.
A 3-hit night, or afternoon, I should say, that's turned into night for Dickerson, including the game winner here in the 15th. It became a battle of the bullpens, and the Rockies bullpen came up with big pitches when they needed it. And they earn a split in this series, and the Cardinals are now 1 game ahead of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Never touched the plate. Salas realizing that a little too late. The Rockies in 15 win it 7-6.